away, child!
Yuki_Komori just subscribed.
Can go a very long, long way. Maybe just do the dishes. I'll give you what you want. A little communication, yes, that's my ideal foreplay. Assemble a chair from IKEA. I'm like, I get wet at the thought of you. Being a responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. A little respect for women can get you very, very far. Remembering how to use your phone gets me oh so high. Considering I have feelings, I'm like, why am I close to one? Offering to do anything, I'm like, oh my god. I get wet at the thought of you. Being a responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. I get wet at the thought of you. Being a responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. Dance break.
Hello. Grace, how long was your flight? Was it similar to Japan or longer? I'm trying to think. Maybe 9 hours? Maybe you already told me. Because you're only 3 hours behind. So maybe 9 hours? What the hell? Hi, game. Literally just started, but I woke up today and I was like, oh god, I don't know what. Like, I want to play everything. So I put I put a poll in the Discord.
Thank you for the
And literally, Red Dead
Put your ass away, child.
just instantly
Laura
won the first
3PP5
game.
just subscribed.
So,
You look beautiful
oh,
today,
Laura,
Carla.
thank you. I'm very tired today, but that's really nice. Thank you. Gren's stream went down. No, Gren. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe she'll fix it. Kendall, hello. Staley, hello. Taxi, hello. Game, David, we want a ye and we want a whore. Thank you for 9 months. And thank you, Yuki, for 51 as well. I really appreciate it. So today, if we feel like it, I'm just going to go with the flow today. It will be a stream with a lot of games. I don't know what I want to do as my cap games, but my cap games could include Retro Rewind, Fortnite, Arc Raiders. I'm not too sure. But the start of the stream all day will be Red Dead and Pacopia if people want. I think it's her weather. Or is it storming or something? Hi, Raven. How are you? I wasn't planning on doing this today, but I added the Discord and it won. So I was like, okay, you are enjoying the playthrough. Let's do it. Nobody asked, but I will tell you, I tried on the dresses yesterday. We have a winner. They both fit. One looks nicer, I think, because it's strapless. So that is huge. Because I was worried that I wasn't going to have a dress to wear, but we're all good. It's fine. I can walk in it too, which is a plus. I want to watch Dominoes. So, yeah. Dominoes as in... You want to watch me play Dominoes in Red Dead Redemption? Oh, wait, no. Wait. Or are you just talking about you wanting a pizza? I don't... Little treat? What treat do you have? I have some porridge. Ooh, damn. I want to play poker. I think the tradition I have to do every time I start a new episode of this is I need to play some poker. I have my Red Bull, I have water, I have some porridge. We are ready to go. As always, we'll just wait an extra 5-10 for everyone to get in and get comfy. And then we go. I'm very excited. And then if things are going well and we want to stay on Red Dead, we stay on Red Dead. If people are like, all right, Pacopia time, then we play that. I'm kind of just letting it... I'm letting the wind take us wherever. Because I guess we could play Pacopia properly US Sunday. Like, we can start with that. So worst case, we can just see how we go. And then, yeah, today will be another long stream. But I have to keep in mind that I do have to pack tonight for leaving for the wedding. Because it's a 4-hour drive. So we have to try and leave anywhere between 2 or 4 tomorrow. I did get a suggestion to not leave at 4 because when it starts to get dark, all the kangaroos, because we're going rural. So apparently there's so many kangaroos that come out and make it impossible to drive through. So we might have to leave early, which is not ideal, but you know, I know it does seem diabolical. It doesn't candle. My bad. I don't know. I'm trying to be good and have some foodsies. Ice cream. What flavor? Tell me. Hi, Freedom. How are you? Finally on the back end of this call, ready to shake this back end. To Red Dead. Yeah. How are you, Pixel? Hi, darling. Were you taking I have a wedding Saturday, but it's 4 hours away. So we have to leave tomorrow. So I have to pack tonight. So as long as I give myself enough time after stream to pack and queue up some edits, then we're having a long stream, baby. Oh my god, Raven, you did get a treat, babe. Oh my god. Alright, Joe. Spectacular. Did I put this? Oh, it's here. I'll show you. This is my wedding dress. This is the dress I'm wearing. This is the it's just, this is the material. It's strapless, so that's the top of it. But it's quite nice on. It's kind of like it's really nice. It's really nice. And I think I'm going to wear my hair up. Surprisingly, I was trying it on and I was like, you know what? I think my hair up is the go. That way I have like my shoulders and stuff. Like it's just, that's the accessory with my necklace, you know? This is my wedding dress for the, I know, I was like, wedding dress? Yeah, so it's strapless. Thank you. It's a pretty color, right? But I really need, I wouldn't care. I don't know if anyone else agrees with this. I wouldn't care if it was anything else because I usually like to get, I would say a monthly pedicure. Like $30 and my feet don't look like goblin feet, right? Because I'm Maltese. I'm not, this is just a thing I started to do a couple years ago. It just made me feel nice anyway. And I haven't done it in a while. Bad. It's bad. And I was like, oh no, it's going to ruin the whole outfit. It's going to ruin the whole outfit. I need to figure out a way to like, to do my feet. So I'm either going to go there tonight and get them to take off the shellac and then like just paint them myself. Because I can't get the shellac off by myself. They need to get their bloody... So I got my nails off, which is nice. So I'm free. But I can't have my toes ruining the fit. Sorry, I can't. Wedding guest dress. I know. I keep forgetting to say guest, and I'm just here like wedding dress. But anyway, I'm really excited because at least that fit and it's nice to walk in and I can still dance. I just got to I got to find my strapless brassiere because without it, it won't slip down. But if I'm you know, if I'm going hard on the dance floor, I don't want it to feel like it's slipping. You know, Game Boy. Huh? It's gonna ruin the tour, the world tour. Hi, Evan. Exactly, I can't do that on the dance floor. Oh my god. Thank you so much.
10 subs.
It hasn't even registered on my screen yet. It was so shocked. Thank you so much. Guys, if you were gifted a sub from Game Boy, please make sure you say, hey, thanks. Thank you. That is so kind. Oh my god, did not expect that. Thank you. My mamma mia. That honestly shocked me a bit. I didn't expect that. Thank you. Lullaby Crocs. I haven't had Crocs in so long. They're so comfy. I used to be a hater, but they're really good. Sierra, hello. How are you? Juniper, yeah. No, truly. And then you try to take it off yourself and then up ruining your nails. It's, yeah. Double-sided tape. True. So for my fellow Aussie, I really appreciate that. That's actually, like, super generous. Thank you for that. That means the world. Thank you. Faithy as well, hello. Sorry you're still sick, Sierra. Mum was sick for so long. I really hope that I don't join the club this weekend. I've somehow avoided it in three places I visited. Feel better, my love. Sorry to hear that. Doll. Poor thing. Yes, I feel like half the community is sick right now. I will play an ad soon, guys. My non-subbies, just a heads up, before we start, so you get at least like 40 minutes of fun before I pause. Yeah, no. And now my nephew is sick as well. And Mum just got over her sickness, and she was like, "I'm going over to look after AJ." I'm like, "Mum, you just got better. Like, please be careful." Yeah. But yeah, feel better, please. Anyway, sorry, I got stuck on a wedding guest topic, but my point is I think I'm gonna try, even though I really don't want to because I'm lazy, I think I'm gonna try and get them to take my shellac off. It will take, like, if I'm lucky, it will take 15 minutes, and at least I'll feel better. Like, even if I don't put anything, even if I don't paint them, at least the shellac is off and it doesn't look gross. You know what I mean? I just don't want it to ruin the fit. So yeah, but I'm really excited. Honestly, my cousin finding his person is so exciting. He's such a good guy and they are such a fit. Like, they are honestly meant to be. It's very wholesome. So it'll be a really nice day. I gotta bring pocket tissues. I'm bad at weddings. I could be at a stranger's wedding and I'll cry, and I really don't want to cry because my makeup needs to be hot and I want to dance. But I know I'm gonna be like, anyway. Anywho, I'm gonna play an ad now, guys. If you were sitting here like, oh, what the fuck? Trust me, I know. I played extra ads this month because I was off last month. But I'm not going to start the game. We'll start the playthrough when we are back, okay? Oh my god, darling, you're so quick. Thank you, my love. Hi, Nat. Hello, mate. Sorry, how are you? Anytime someone says mate, I have to do it. I don't care. You done like this last few trips you made? You know the right. Yes. No, I usually do, Freedom. Good fucking morning. No, usually I do. I think I've just been so locked in on getting my hours up this month, and I was getting ready, and I realized I was like, shit, I haven't done my prep, but it's okay, we got time. Oh nice, welcome in. Got a question? Yes. No, you're fine, Freedom. You're fine. My music taste? I listen to a lot of indie on stream because it's easy, apart from this. Because it's easy to digest and talk to. But honestly, I listen to a lot of things off stream. Just everything. My liked playlist is ridiculous. I can't even. I would say a lot of indie at the moment though. Psychedelic rock, but everything. I haven't been to concerts recently, actually. I can't answer. I'm sorry, I'm boring. I can't answer that question. I've been to like cover bands of Linkin Park and stuff, but I haven't been to a concert. Can't answer it. I really hope they have like a DJ or something. I just really want to get crunk. It's my first wedding in the family. Oh, it's going to be so comfortable. Yeah. LinkedIn. Yeah, they did. I wish I got tickets. I didn't even know. That's the thing. I never know when people are coming. Yeah, a lot of my friends went to Linkin Park and I didn't even know. Like, I am so late. Oh my god, Dee, that's so cute. Yeah, I could not imagine me being the videographer. You'd mute me crying, but I would just be bloody crying. Hi, Eva. How are you, doll? Welcome in. Yeah. Hi, Spud. Oh, before Spud sees. I don't use Facebook that much. I have to. Okay. I got it. We did it. We did it. We did it. All right, ads done, guys. Are you free? Are you free? Free. I would like to play DBD with Gran tomorrow. Like, if I know she's obsessed with gnomes, but I need to convince her. I'm like, we need to play DBD. Just a heads up, guys. You know how it is. Red Dead's a story game. I usually am yapping and responding to things, but I'm not going to be responding to a lot of things. I'll probably respond more to stuff about the game. So just keep in mind spamming, and if I'm not responding, it's because I'm locked in on the game. I'm on my DBD shit at the moment. I know, Jeffy. I need to play more DBD at night. I played Ark last night. Spam chat about the game. You're fine. But I probably won't respond to a lot of stuff that's not about the game. Otherwise, I will get distracted. Because you know how I am. You know how I am. Yeah, Spuds, go for it. Go for it. Game, enjoy your lurk as well. Sorry. Hi, Daniel. How are you? No, you're fine to put whatever you want in chat. Just be aware I'll be reading everything, but I can't respond to everything because I also want to put this on YouTube. And if I just keep yapping about everything but Red Dead, it'll be confusing. You know how distracted I get. You know how distracted I get. I'm here to see some horse balls. Listen, that was one time. That was one time. I gotta play more DBD at night because Ark is just so sweaty. You boob. You boob. That was one time. Oh my god, Spud! Oh god, that must be so exciting. Oh, congratulations. That's amazing. I love hearing like... Oh, I just love hearing that. That's so cool. Congratulations. You both must be so happy. This calls for a little... What the hell is that emote, darling? Oh my god. You're out of town tomorrow? Where are you going? Where are you going? Vacay twins! Guys, you know the deal. We have to go to... We have to go to play some poker first. I don't make the bloody rules. Concert then Disney. Oh my god. Hi, Striker. Happy Thursday, Joe. How are you? Lemoyne. Is this a lemon? Whoa, whoa. Okay. God, I would watch a documentary on them making this game. I just can't even fathom. I have screen tear from Red Dead, guys. That is so weird. Literally, I've left DBD or Fortnite on all night, and I get screen tear from the menu being up for 15 minutes. That's crazy. Okay, well it's an old monitor. It could be worse. Okay, I need to go. Whoa, we have stuff to do, guys. We have stuff to do. But first, where is the poker place? If the camp is the camp here? 3 too many's crazy, but you're right. What's this? Is that a bounty? Bounty hunting. Ooh. Where's my camper index? Am I so far away? Where is everything? What the hell? Hi, Cammy. How are you, doll? My bad.
Morning.
What lovely weather.
Daniel, what? Hey, babe.
Don't you so much as look at me funny this time.
Well, I can sell things. $3, $4, $5. I'm rich. What? Guys, this is like, I stole these from people. Not me being proud. $700 plus voice actors, 500,000 lines of spoken dialogue, 300,000 animations. Holy shit. Darling, so what? 2?
What?
Trade!
I'll cater to
Trade! Stop! No, I'm kidding. But wait, guys. Where's my poker place? Do you remember? How can I never remember where the poker place is? If you stack the main script of the game, it will be 8 feet high. I can't even believe this. 1 for download, 1 for play. Bye, D. I appreciate you. You're the best. The red mark. Oh, I already marked it. Is that where poker is? Am I that far away from poker? What the hell?
Yeah. All right, boy.
Oh, actually, wait. Can't I, Wait, hold. Hold. One moment. Oh, yeah. Take a ride. Oh, Valentine.
Let's go, boy.
Let's see if the train can beat us. It was one time.
Yeah.
I really wanted to steal that train, but I got things to do first. But I will steal it another time. Oh shit. Oh wait, I'm already at the station. Oh! Where am I? Sorry, sweetie. Sorry, baby. My bad. I'm sorry.
Alright, boy.
I'm sorry. Get on that train.
Okay, boy. Yeah.
Come on, boy. Catch up with that train. It's going quite fast. Not fast enough.
Oh, get the wind at your back. This is it. You're fucking gonna miss. It's over for you. Take the fight to him, boy. Son of a bitch.
Oh my god. I'm reloading. Hey.
What the blazes?
Hi, sweetie. Hi, Tammy. Charlie. All I wanted to do was investigate.
You asked for this. Hell yeah.
Oh. Oh. Where? Is this the same station I robbed? Did I rob the same people again? I think I did accidentally. Oh, I thought it was a different train. Oh. Hi, Sheeby. Hi, Slug. Hi, Jazz. Atomic, you know what? I just wanted to give us a really nice experience. It does a nice loop. Okay, we can have fun with this. We just got to get rid of the wanted. brake reverse.
We gon' rock this club. We gon' go all night. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. 'Cause I told you once, now I told you twice.
Hey boys!
Light it up.
Didn't think about this, did you? Oh! Oh!
Get out the way, me and my crew.
Anonymous contributed $34.13 towards the rebuild. And
Huh?
oh, whoa, what's this? Tilda sent Vithrone.com.
Who was that?
You'll be sorry for this.
Anonymous? What an idiot! Thank you, whoever just did that to my throne. Anonymous! You'll never believe it, Carl. What? Thank you. That's really lovely. I really appreciate that so much. Oh, Juniper, yeah, listen. I think we're fine. I think we're losing them. Naughty Moose was my nickname in high school. Exactly right. Can you lose your wanted, by the way, on a train, or is it here forever? Wait, am I... You do lose it? Okay, cool, because I want to roleplay. Sluggo, that's pretty cheap. Hello? I'm still Carla from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a little.
Puffin contributed $50 towards the rebuild. And Lil H. I accidentally went in on mouse less than 3. You the best. Tilda sent Vithrone.com.
Puffin? No! That's really nice. Thank you. Can't believe you did that twice. Hi, guys! Hope you're well. Uh-oh. Oh, we're fine. Hope you're well. I wouldn't say I'm stealing another train. I would say I have a new job. Honk if you're horny. Hi, fellas. Puffin, that's really, 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 really generous. Thank you, doll. I honestly didn't know what I was hearing at first. Anyone want to get on? Hi, Miss Thing. New skirt, huh? Hell yeah. I don't know, Freedom. Streaks have been doing that, which is obviously really annoying for everyone involved. Because, like, what the hell? Thank you for the streaks, guys. And thank you, Puffin. I don't know why. That's so annoying. Is it a bug today? Because the last 3 streaks were 3. This is the main city. Should I get out? Guys, I am so tired. I was literally like, who is that man? It's me. Damn, you were close to walking on those tracks, boy. No, Freedom, I didn't. That's why I'm confused. They're proud of you and your community. Darling. I'm proud of them too. You guys are the best. I didn't expect that though, Puffin. Thank you. I totally forgot about that. I'm just a train bandit. I do have to get off at some point. Where do I get off? Yeah, I agree, Freedom. But I haven't done anything sneaky, so I'm not too sure. I swear I saw your girthy streak yesterday. Get off with me. Honestly, I was waiting for that. I gotta stay, so will I get off at the station that I want to play poker at? To be honest, it lets us see a lot of the map. Here's a dumb game question. I'm just curious. Can't go to jail if you're on a train. Since it's open world, are NPCs always loaded in waiting for you to walk past? Not waiting for you, but like, are they always loaded in? Or do they load in when you get close to the town? Probably close, right? But I don't know, it's open world. I don't know how that works. I just find it interesting. Who's driving this bus, bitch? I just find it so interesting, this whole little thing. I'll show you my hog. Check this out. Load. Daniel, true. True. But you can, yes, but you can follow an NPC around if I want. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Silly question of me, but I just find this game so interesting. I think when I played online, I would just hang around the NPCs all the time. Silly. We gon' go all night. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. I gotta play this. I cannot upload this. This is crazy. I need to actually do something. Where am I? Where am I? To my Arthur's horse. Does that mean it's dead? Surely not. Oh, I'm here. Wow, I've gone a long way. Oh, I'm so far. I'm so far from here. Hi YouTube, welcome back to part 4. That's why I said don't get off now. Is it better to get off now though, and just because how far? What's the train line? Is it like around here? Or like here? Because I'm screwed. Oh, Chase, I did not know. Juniper. How long were we on the train? I've been on this train for 10 minutes, I think. Can I fast travel? Oh wait, have I unlocked fast travel? I don't think I have I? You know what I do like about Red Dead though? Great. Is if you choose to drive a train for an hour, you drive a train for an hour. You know what I mean? Like, it's really up to you. It's crazy. Oh, you can choose a track? Hi, Marizzle. Oopsies. Yeah. But guys, look at this. We're basically on a scenic train. Can you... Yeah, if you... well, my whole plan was to play poker. You know? Pixie! Hello! Maybe at the next station if I see one of those guys, I can get him to give me a lift to Valentine. Fuck poker, train. Marizzle, I just have a new job. I wouldn't say steal. You know? Do I jump out here? Ansburg! The stop you don't want to stop at. Why not? Should I explore? You need a horse reviver to revive your horse. Fuck. Hey guys, check out my new car.
Listen to me! Sir, madam, gather round, gather round. I make no bones for my testament. For my testament is science, and science is God, sir. So help me, God, strike me down. You're killing ourselves. Killing ourselves fast, and hard, and nasty. Matthew Mason. The world is in balance, and the balance is off. I know it sounds crazy, but look around you. Look around and learn.
Bok from the hit movie Wicked? Does Ariana know you're here?
Hey there. Read this book. It is the future of American science.
No thanks.
Take one.
No, thank you.
Wait, where's my hat? No. Oh, I feel like pure shit. Anyone have a hat here that I can knock off?
Laugh
Can I
not,
have that cap?
deride not.
Out of the damn way. You're brown.
Sorry, sweetie.
Killing it with science.
Look at that cap. That's what I need. Oh, sorry, sweetie. Sorry.
Don't you dare.
Woo!
The river shall turn to fire. This will not be some eternal damnation from above. The very manifestation of
I want a fuck ass horse, Striker. Horse, not whore. Where did he go? I want it. Oh, yes.
think, not merely desire.
Fish on the line. Take your face. You're dead. Shut up.
Oh! 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 $10. You'll never catch me alive. Laters, pussies. Oh, sorry, Striker. That's my bad. Laters, losers. All right, off to the next station, guys. My bad. We just moved on. You're right. But that's okay. Next station is fine. We didn't even get the hat. Here's the plan. We go to the next station. We get a hat. I want my bowl hat that I stole from someone. Don't have it anymore. So I have to steal another hat somehow. Or buy one. And then we'll figure it out. Put my phone back down. I swear I won't do it again. For the plot, I wish they stayed on the tracks. Everyone comes from you in Ansburg. Well, they need to grow up. Why is my phone blowing up? What the hell? The hell? When the fuck did I get a train? I just bought it. I thought I deserved a treat. Steven, you know how I am. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Put your ass away, child!
W1TCHB1SH just
Witchy!
subscribed. So happy you're playing RDR2, literally the best game of all time Evo.
Playing is a stretch. No, I'm kidding. Witchy, how are you, doll? I'm stuck on this train thing that I'm on. I need to get off the train. I'm stuck. I have to revive my horse. Everything's so wrong. Does that mean I have to go to my horse to revive it? Because we are in for a treat tonight. What's this? Little shack? I'm just borrowing it. Exactly. I didn't murder 4 men. I just retired them permanently from life. 2 very different things. But the fact that I can literally drive a train around a map if I want is crazy work. When's the next station, guys? I didn't know. I didn't know the horse was down. Shoot. Where am I? Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming back. All right, we're coming back. Guys, the horse is not dead. I'm gonna get a horse reviver. Hi, Nether. Yo, Carl. If you go to a stable, your saddle will be there. Very pretty. I can't abandon Tayo Cruz. Mountain. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm gonna get my horse back. How do I go to first person? Aww. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. Oh, wow. Hi, Lexi. How are you feeling? Oh, guys. I mean, does it get better than this? Does it get much better than this? That's all me. Anyone on board? Okay. I can't believe I've been on a train for this long. This wasn't my intention. Ghost train. Me in the back carriage, too nervous to say we missed my stop. Me on the bus when I was a kid. Daniel, I don't think I can upload this episode to YouTube. Gonna have to like cut out all this train. I will loot the train once I am close to another station, I think. Are we close? Where are we? All right, so we're coming up to Wallace Station. If we can stop there. Otherwise, we're getting there. We're getting there. Is that where we go? Hopefully, we go here. No, I'm gonna get Tayo Cruz. Whoa. Imagine if the bridge broke. Oh, Max, give me a bite, doll. Typical Sydney trains, exactly right. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. I just wish we could go faster. But I know that's not how it works. I wish I had fast travel so bad. I need to do that. How much is it? How much do we need to save to get fast travel? Dylan, honestly, pretty good. Pretty good. But right now, my horse is in shambles. I love my horse. My horse. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. Alright, where are we now? Alright, we're getting there. Is that a station it stops at? Oh yeah, it is, right? Wallace? Oh, we're so close. Hi Cody, good morning! Kaylee! Oh, at camp I can. The main camp? But not my camp that I set up, right?
Miss Fail just resubbed for 50 months. Ain't no way.
Ain't no way, 50! Thank you so much. How are you, doll? Cause I told you once, we gon' light it up like it's dynamite. Technically, I borrowed this one, Kaylee. There's a fox on the train tracks. Listen. I just have to get a horse. Lock in, baby. We're just waiting to get to a station. We're getting there. We're getting there ever so slowly. I don't want a new one. I want Tayo Cruz. That's my horse. I can't. I have to get a horse reviver. I didn't run over my horse by a train, I think. Gorgeous view, stunning. I think it's crazy. Listen. Guys, as much as we've been driving a train for 30 minutes, look at our bonding. Look at what we've experienced together. I feel bonded. We're nearly at a train station. We're gonna revive Tayo Cruz. Everything will be okay. We love bondage. We'll revive him. Everything will be fine. Hi, Kyle. Yeah, Kaylee, I made a mistake, I think. It's getting dark. This is crazy. Didn't mean to yell? No, yell. We have so much to do. Hi, guys. We're at Wallace. Ooh, there's dead men in here. That's crazy. Loot. Just having a look. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about, guys. One second. Coin purse, yoink. $1.90. Guys, do you have your Opal cards? Mikey. Tickets. Pasmo. Hope you tapped on. If you didn't, you won't like what's gonna happen. Oh, people left their bags on here. What the hell? Get some canned vegetables. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. What was that? Moonshine. I sure hope it does. Miracle tonic. Kyle. Now. Now. I can pay off my bounty? What bounty? I'm joking. It's actually pretty cheap compared to my last one. My last one was 150. Somehow this one was cheaper. I don't want to climb up here. Alright, a bit excessive there, King, but no worries. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. Okay. Hi, everyone. Wow, the train's early.
Hey, move it!
He's 30 and... Yeah, true, you're right. Ooh. I think you actually find stuff on trains. I love it.
Last call for purchases. I'm fixing to close now. You like whiskey? I mean, who don't?
You're
Take a
right.
look on that stand by the door there. Yeah, that's something special. Let me see what you got there.
You're moaning quite a
Tell you
bit.
what,
only for a moment.
I'm open again tomorrow.
Only pussies pay bounties? Well, I'm a fat one. I'm a fat, juicy pussy. Wait until morning. Someone say whiskey? Good morning, everyone. What a day it is. My horse is alive. Who are you?
Morning, fella.
Where did you put Tire Cruz? Oh no. Wait, Witchy, you're right. I do need a good bath too. Laura, it's great, isn't it? Tire's not dead. We can get them back. We just got to go to the Saddle Club. Is that Valentine? Yeah. Guys, we're fine.
Yep.
I need to get Tire back. Go to Horse Coco, that should be there. Horse cargo. Oh, my hat, that's right. But I gotta get someone's fuck ass.
Clearly, mate. Hey, mister. I just want to be left alone, all right?
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, boy. Let's go.
Come on, mister. This here's my patch.
Sorry, I thought you wanted help. My bad. I can't kill him. I think he's sad. Greet, antagonize. Yeah, but I want to be nice because aren't I like in the hole? He looks rich as crazy. I think he was broke, babe. We can't know. We love the gingers, guys. That's crazy. That's crazy, Daniel. I said what I said. We have things we need to do. Hole mentioned.
Yep.
A lick of a lifetime. I can't believe, by the way, that I was on the train for that long. I really need to figure some stuff out.
Yeah, good boy.
Hi, everyone. We still have to play poker.
Stubborn old fool. Done with this son of a bitch. Take him out, boys.
God damn it!
Can't wait to take that gun off your dead body.
Hi, King. I helped Jim.
Appreciate you stepping in there. Those bastards been turning the screw on me from day one, saying I gotta pay them protection money. I told him where to stick it, and well,
My
I
Deadeye
guess you
wasn't.
just saw how
My
that
Deadeye
panned
wasn't
out.
charged, numbnuts. It wasn't charged, so I couldn't use it. Got you back. All right. Loot. Taking him. Hi, Connie. How are you? Ooh, brand new hat. Brand new hat. I want a Celia hat. What the fuck? Well, it didn't work. I clicked it. So tell me why it didn't work. Tell me why it didn't work then. Since you know the game so well, why did it work? I'm obviously joking, but it didn't work. I tried it. It didn't show up. Don't know why. I put in the button. Nothing was working. What you saw was pure skill. Killed them all. No Deadeye. Can I pick up the fucking hat, please? Hello? I don't like this. I want the bowl hat. Ooh.
Well, I'm sure you got things to do.
Not him being like, can you leave? The Deadeye button. Yeah, so Deadeye for me is middle button, and that didn't show up when I was clicking it. So maybe it filled up after I killed everyone? But I did click it, it didn't show up. When I was actually in the fight. Oh, I just stole an apple in front of him? Oh, well, I saved your life. I mean, I can steal an apple. What the hell? Girl. But no, for real. I do want to use Deadeye more, but I didn't feel like I needed it anyway, even though it didn't work. Like, I tried it, and then I was like, I can kill him. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't want to use Deadeye for everything. But I did loot earlier, and I used Deadeye. I just don't care that hard for every fight. There you go, the stable. Hey, give me an apple. I saved your life. What? G-Spotter is a myth is crazy work. That's hilarious. Let's browse the horse catalog.
Welcome back, mister. I'll find it. Hell, on a Friday night, I'll lose half of everything I own.
Where is he? Does that mean he's dead? What if I leave the game and come back? If I leave and come back, will he be alive?
Look after your horse good. Be damn sure it'll look
Like,
after
will I, if I
you.
leave the game, I haven't saved yet, right? Oh, it's already saved. When did it save? Oh, when I went to bed. Yeah, when I slept. Oh. So can the horse be saved at all, or are they dead?
Holy shit! That's 437
Yeah, that
bits.
just for that I'm getting back on the train.
Well, howdy, partner. How's horse tricks? You suckin' and fucking and train robbing or what?
Mikey, that sounds like Kyle said that. What the hell? What the hell?
Folks come from all over for our services.
Services. How do I buy revive? So sad. If it's dying, too long for a horse reviver. Oh my god. I feel like pure shit.
That horse will thank you.
No. Tayo Cruz. Oh, I really loved him. I don't know how they died, Striker. I think they might have gotten shot by the law or they fell off a bridge, but I was driving the train. So I didn't purposely kill my horse. No. I didn't kill him. I did not run him over with the train. Do not. I did not run him over with the train. I would never do that. No, I didn't run him over. My client is not at fault. I did not. I did not. I did not. Terrell. I didn't run him over.
Cause it goes on and on and on, and it goes on and on and on. Yeah, I throw my hands up in the air sometimes, saying, ayo, gotta let go. I wanna celebrate and live my life, saying, ayo, baby, let's go.
I am so sad. Alright, which one's faster? That is more stamina.
Morning to you. Used to have a good cobbler across the way. His old lady blew his
Oh no. I don't have money. I didn't know he was dead for a while, Dylan. Retrieve. Your horse is drinking whiskey at a saloon. I'm so upset.
Working with animals is better than working with people sometimes.
Well, I was on a train, Daniel. Like, I was so far away from the horse. I didn't have a horse to get to him. I was honestly screwed. Oh, no. I really miss Tayo Cruz. I'm actually really sad. I was really attached to that horse. I liked his socks. Damn it. I need to sell some money.
I hear folks say this
Need to
town
sell
is
some
on-
things.
That horse will be well looked after.
Guys,
Back up there!
I'm selling some things.
Out of the way!
Been a while since you came through town, ain't it? Got everything you need. Have a look. Righty. Let's see what you're selling.
I don't have much, do I? Oh no. Damn it. Tayo Cruz Jr. This is why we don't get attached. Murder the whole town. Can I rob him? No, we can't do that. We shan't. Can I steal someone's horse? That looks like my horse.
Okay.
I like this one. Oh, it's pretty.
Good girl.
Whee!
You done good, girl.
Doing good, sweetie.
Easy there. Good girl. There's a girl.
There you go, sweetie. Alright, now we have to register the horse. Gorgeous horse, by the way. Where's another...
Titi Kaka.
Where's another thing?
Hakuna Matata.
Over here?
Rolika just resubbed for 84 months.
Titi Kaka.
Once the one side goes away, go back to the stable.
Hakuna.
10 buckaroonies. True. Can I go to this stable as well? Alika, thank you so much for 84. What the hell? Any stable. I'm gonna do this one first for a little bit of a hee hee ha ha. I don't know if this is even fast, but it seems like a fun horse. Hey, look at the fuck ass street. Hi Art, Hawaii doll. Thank you Alika. Thank you Mikey. Can't wait for this one to die. That's crazy. I think it's faster than... Still waiting for my ad. Tammy. Tammy. Listen. Listen. I really do miss Tayo Cruz though. I don't know why some people's are balked and some aren't. Like, it's so weird.
You did real good.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass
Put
away.
your ass
child.
away, child. I didn't put him in front of the train.
Kayla
I
Ho
can't believe that
just
happened.
subscribed.
Driving the
13 my
horse.
lucky number cows. Sup.
Kayla, thank you for 13. How are you, doll? Yeah, the horse's tails are very cute. Once I register this... Hang on.
Does
Like-
this look like an end to you? Keep going.
It's a pretty horse you got.
Get the hell out of here.
What breed?
Get the hell out of here. I knew it. All talk.
It's okay.
That's pretty nice. It's a nice horse. Is it better than our other horse, you think? It's a nice steed. Oh, this is a good horse. I think I want this one. Calm down, Nessie. Calm down. I think this one has better, I think this one has better thingy-mabobby. Calm down, babe. Calm down. Can you actually look at their stats?
Every time.
How do I study them?
Good job.
I think this is the one. They were so fast and they have great stamina. How do I look? Binoculars? Oh. How do I study? Hold. Chris, we may have stolen a train a couple times. But we're fine. Oh, wait. It's very particular. Hello? Hello? Ooh, that's pretty good. Where's that other horse? Did it run away? I didn't kill the horse. I swear. I actually don't know what happened to it. It ran. I think this horse is better anyway. Let me see what they were working with. Ooh. Hey everyone! I want to loot the bodies in front of these guys. Guys, I think we got a good horse here. The stamina is actually pretty good. I think we kind of nailed it.
There, girl.
Okay, I'm going to a stable. We're fine. I will name it. It will be Tayo Cruz Jr.
Yeah.
But I have to do this first. And then we go. I'm here with my new horse. I don't think I didn't put a saddle on it.
Hello. How's that
Oh.
horse doing? We've got room in the stable if you need it. If you ain't got the papers, I can't give you the full price.
Saddle up.
Okay, I'll switch them out.
Yes. Upgrade. Equipment. Can I... Do
Real fine
saddles...
saddles here.
Do saddles do anything? Can I rename?
I think you should do it. Goes well with a saddle.
I think you should do it. How do you know which saddle's good?
Good saddle will go a real long way. Trust me.
Info. Oh. Oh. What's good? Wait, was that one good? I don't really get it.
Ain't no one knows horses better than me.
I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. Those are better stats? Okay. Appearance? I think you're great just the way you are. Although...
It'll look great on your horse.
What about some nice hair? No, I'm going to keep you just the way you are. Can I rename? Yes. Let's see how many horses we get. Junior, I think we have to do.
Oh, dear me. That's an odd name.
I have just mourned my horse, bro.
Enjoy.
What the hell? That's crazy.
You can tell the difference with these additions.
Ooh. Oh. Shoot him is so crazy. But maybe I will. What are these? Ooh,
I think
horn.
you should do it. Goes well with the saddle.
I didn't ask.
It's better to equip yourself and not need it than the other way around.
I agree.
A pleasure.
Oh, I didn't want that. Uh-oh. The disrespect, honestly. Saddle bags.
You can't have too much with you out in the wilderness.
Okay, should I get that saddle?
Real fine saddles here.
Should I invest? Should definitely shoot him.
You can't
Fuck it.
spend too much on a saddle.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to just
Safe travel.
thank you.
Remember to rest that horse sometimes.
Alright, I look really good, I feel. I look good, I feel good. The horse feels good. We need to play some poker, but I actually need to play. I need to do some sort of mission because I seem to be straying so far from the game. We've literally driven a train and I need to do something. So, what should we do? Let's go see our boy. Ooh, let's go play some poker. Because poker's here, right? And then we can go see our pal. I personally believe that this horse is really nice.
Yeah, you're alright, girl.
I have a letter at camp as well. Oh, we're busy. We're busy today.
Alright, girl.
I think this horse, I think I saved this horse from those assholes. Personally.
Hey, this way! You gotta help me out here, mister. Can you? Please? I've been on the run for days now. If you could help me with these shackles, I just might have a chance. Good one, girl. Just shoot the chains off, please. I'm done for otherwise.
Will this help me or not? Or
Oh, yes. Yes. Perfect. Ah, thank you. I got no money to give you, but I think I might got something even better. Well, some drunk's been hoarding his money in this little place south of Rhodes down by the river. Lot of money and very drunk. At least that's what they say.
Oh, yeah? Why'd I be interested in that, huh?
I don't know, just a hunch. It's up to you, friend.
where? Not letting me look. I'm not gonna kill him because I already need a bath. South of Rhodes. I'm already stinky. I don't need more blood on these hands. South of Rhodes, good to know. Striker, I am the queen of fun. I haven't done a mission at once today. You can't say that. I just have things to do, alright? I gotta pay my bounty, I know. I'll pay it at the, Hi, guys! No, I want a deluxe bath. Make sure you eat. Oh. I had some corned beef. I got crimes to commit. My beard's growing as well.
Easy, girl.
My horse actually has amazing stamina. I got crimes to commit.
Damn, heat rash is killing it.
Heat rash. I always cut it off just to see it grow, and it's growing. Mikey, I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I have been a nasty girl. I shot 2 randoms earlier for the horse, Striker. What do you mean? I shoot randoms all the time. Guys, I don't shoot
Mikey
one
has gifted
random,
8 Hagrids to
and
views.
Striker's like, you don't shoot anybody. What do you mean? I've killed so many people today. Babe, be for real. Be for real. Seems like your moral compass is screwed. Thank you, Mikey. Lucky for you, it's only goof bait, because it's funny. Mikey, thank you so much. Oh wait, Stinky Kate got one. Oh wait, this is where Reverend and I had some fun. Aww. Oh shit, I have to go up there, I think. Full circle moment. 3G! Oh! We're so back. Wait, we gotta go up. Hold. Thank you so much, Mikey. That's so kind. And I appreciate it so much. Genuinely. Thank you. If you got a nasty girl from Mikey, please make sure you say thank you. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. The poker is here, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Hey fellas, who wants to lose to Big Daddy, huh?
Ace from his ass.
Want to play?
Oh, I don't have that much money. I actually need to make some money here. Hey gang. I'm out this game? Oh.
Nope.
I am graceful. Oh, they all folded. Pussies. I'm gonna win some money. Time to win 70 cents.
I'm gonna regret this gambling when my next pay don't come.
Real.
Gambling sure beats working most days.
Oh.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
I'll call.
Ace and a 6. I'll call too.
Here. All right.
Yep.
Well now.
Pay up, boys. Pay up.
I'm good.
Sometimes you just want a small. What's going on with you?
Yeah. I'm still gonna win it.
Shit, I'm folding.
Whoop.
What? Guys, don't fold.
Does this bet please your majesties?
Fuck it. Screw it all to hell.
Is it?
Nah.
He could have nothing, and I have ace high. I don't have a flush. I have 4. I mean, I'm close to a flush. Right? Need 5. But he could have nothing.
I'm a check.
I need
Here you
5
have it.
clubs. Yeah.
It's, pretty
Yes.
pathetic.
Who's
Nice.
king?
Nice.
Aw, damn.
This will come in nice and handy.
There's 3 clubs there, and I have 1 club. I need 5 of them. There's 4, right?
Ah, don't let it break you.
I don't think I can put this on YouTube, this one. Nothing happened today. Well, nothing yet.
Gonna need some rod get if
One
this keeps
one
up.
last one. Next round is
And
ours.
the pressure's gonna get to him.
My bad. Didn't your horse die? Yeah, but I didn't know that it died. You know? I don't really have a lot.
There. They're trying to buy the pot.
Still testing the waters, huh?
I didn't run them over. Ooh.
Sometimes
7.
fidelity is a virtue.
If a 6 happens, I have a straight. A 6 or a jack.
That's all I got.
Shaping, no, I don't know how
This
it died.
is happening, folks.
Call.
Biddies? For
No.
Me? Well, I never.
Oh.
Carla has robbed trains. Do they call her Carla the train robber? She's
No.
murdered men in cold
I have a
blood. Do they
pair.
call her Carla the killer? No. But you fuck one horse.
What?
Now,
I didn't do
don't get
shit.
Scared. I'm getting ornery.
Come on, pussies. Yep.
Will this do?
3 of a kind. All in, baby.
There you go.
Here.
Don't see those numbers very often.
Mm-hmm. Yes, come on here.
Yep. 6 or 7. Didn't we ride the train for 3 hours? Lots of people love trains. True. Alright, that's
Let's
enough
go
for me.
You deserve that one.
Thank you. That was fun.
Thank you
So
guys. $6. $6.
Are you blind?
Excuse me, you can't just say that.
Come on.
6, 7. We rode a train, I think, for a solid 40. Shoot him is crazy. Tammy saying shoot him is so funny to me because it's Tammy. I can hear her voice saying that. That's crazy to me. What's up here?
Just don't understand this at all. Hey, over here!
What? You have a nice horse there, sir.
What's the problem?
Problem? No, there's no problem. Quite
Mikey,
the
thank you.
contrary. Well, there is a problem. For me, but not for you.
All right. I ain't got time for
No, wait! Give me a minute of your life. I might just change
A
it
minute of
forever.
your life is
I'm
so
sure
funny.
You will have heard
I'm gonna start saying this now. Instead of saying give me a minute of your time, I'm gonna say give me a minute of your life.
of me. Maximo Cristobal Valdespino, the renowned explorer.
Can't say I have.
There has been much written about me. I once had high tea with the Viceroy of India. I helped liberate South America. I climbed mountains and swum across seas. I have had many women. I have spent the last 3 months hunting treasure
Sure you
on the
have.
American frontier. Beautiful country. Reminds me a lot of Almeria. But Tomorrow I set sail for the island of Shikoku in the Japanese archipelago
Okay, slut.
in search of the legendary Tokushima Sapphire.
Well, good for you.
No, hold on. You see this map here? It was made by the Jackhole Gang. They rob banks all the way from here to California.
Yeah, I know who the Jack Hall gang are.
Oh, them you have heard of, but me? Huh. Well, rumor has it they buried gold somewhere in this area, but were killed before they could retrieve it. They created 2 maps to ensure it was well hidden. This is the first and should lead you to the second. You just need to follow the landmarks drawn here.
Me?
Yes! Unfortunately, I am out of time now, but I am prepared to sell it to you for the low price of $10.
I don't have $10.
A trifling investment
I
for
don't
a man
have
such
$10.
as
I have
you,
$6
given the
though.
potential returns.
Chessboxing Mikey Tyson just subscribed.
Guys, I need money. Jess, thank you for the sub. That's my goal. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Well,
that.
$10 and it's yours.
Well, I'm interested in the map, but not so interested in the haggle. Why don't you just hand it over instead?
Yes, you're funny.
We got a new hat. And $5. All right, guys.
Let's go, girl.
Pause. Thank you, Mikey, again, and thank you, Chess, for that. That's really nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. The Hitman whistling is here. Oh no, Shapey. Ooh.
Yep.
The map leads you to gold bars. How do I look at it?
Get the hell out of here! How about this saloon, huh?
Isn't that Driscoll's?
Let's go.
Satchel, okay. Can I go up this hill as the horse? I didn't mean to kill him that... Well, I did, but I didn't realize it was going to be so aggressive. B. This one? Use. All right. Let's get the gold, babe. I thought, okay, when it said draw, now I know what you're going to say, Carla, but hear me out. I thought it was going to, like, I was going to draw my gun, and it was going to be like, give me it, and it just all happened out of nowhere. Yeah, I'm learning. You quick drew at point blank. Yeah, you're right. So where do I go? Is this where I go for the thing? No. Yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, you're right. Where do I go for the treasure? Hi, Trap. I don't want to Google right now. I don't want to tab out. Other clues. Okay, I thought it was on the map. Guess it's not. Upper Mountain. Is this where we are right now? This looks like where we are. Okay. That looks like where I killed him. And then near a big rock. That's phallic. I'm easily amused by ragdoll reels from this game. I agree. It looks very phallic. Hold. He said, wait, he said he was a, wait, didn't he say before he died that it was somewhere around here? Sorry. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure he was like, it was somewhere around here and we haven't been able to find it. So hold. Oh. Oh, I didn't mean to put, okay, I look so good. My bad. Okay, so we're up here. And we're going down next to the two phallic. There's two phallic. No, Daniel, are you kidding? No, say psych. No, did I? Oh, that's the worst news. That is the worst news. There are the trees. I truly didn't think I ran over the horse. I don't see anything phallic here. I might turn to Google. I need 2 phallic rocks. Daniel, that is crazy because truly, it's not that I didn't believe you guys, but it's not something I would do intentionally, you know? So I truly thought maybe he got lost in the gunfire. Which is just as bad, but you know. It's near Caliban Seat. Where's the Caliban Seat? Oh, around here? We can have a look. Hi, King. Let's go across the bridge. It would have just walked in front and ran into you. Whoopsies. Oops. My bad. Okay, we go. I still can't believe I killed that man. Which is wild for me to even say. Because of course I did. Maybe he deserved it, true.
Hey there.
Oh, was I? Where am I going? What the hell? Where am I? Oh, I wasn't meant to go on. the bridge. Okay. No, I'm not killing another horse. I'm not doing it. I still can't believe I accidentally killed it this time. Listen, after we get this treasure, I'm gonna make a quick sandwich and we're gonna go do a mission. I think well, I'm on the horse. I was in shock, darling, because I thought I could revive it. I don't know what I thought. I didn't even know it was dead. Oh, I just killed a rabbit. Oh, I'm the worst. True, how many horses will I go through? Darling, I'm really sad. I was really attached to that horse, but this one's cute. You know? I'm sad, but I have to do it for Tayo Cruz. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. I saw this really beautiful horse, the one I'm riding. Look at this steed. And it was owned by 2 other people. And I was like, all right, good for you. But that's mine. You know what I mean? So I put the guys to sleep permanently. Got the horse, put a new saddle on it. Look how beautiful. They were being rude. They shot first. Kind of. And then I didn't want to leave the horse alone, so I adopted the horse. I am the superior horse handler. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers, as the kids say. Speaking of, time to give them some nice oat cakes. I actually want to get some rice cakes. Now I'm craving it. Oh, I just remembered I bought peanut butter. Yum. Oh, wait. Over here. Classic Carl's. Guys, listen. Sometimes in life, you find 2 phallic rocks. All right. Alrighty. So it's by the bigger phallic rock. Yep. Good. Do I have to climb up? This is not going to end well for me. All right. The arrow's not in the rock. When someone says climb up a bit, you climb up a bit. Where am I? Okay, not that far. Hey guys, we're back. You alright, sweetie? All good. Sorry, honey. My bad.
Yeah, good girl. I know, girl. I know.
Sorry. I got more where that came from.
It's okay, girl.
Got some medicine. Oh! My bad. Didn't mean to stab you in the loins there. Oh, did I spell it wrong? did I put... Oh, did I put JR? And not... What did I put? My bad. We're going oh, here we go. Oh, it's right here? Oh my god. Oh, my bad. I honestly didn't realize I did that. I was flustered. Sorry, that's fair. That's why the guy said it was a weird name and not Tayo Cruz that told me. It was JNR and not Tayo Cruz. I'll change the name. I'm not looking at the picture again. It looked phallic. So I'm gonna look over here. Oh no, I lost my hat. Wait. I was just about to say, don't climb the rock. We don't need to climb the rock, right? I was about to say that because I don't know why I felt the need to climb the rock. And then I slipped. I actually wasn't farming just then. I'm so sorry. Sorry. If this guy would stop slipping and sliding for 5 seconds, that would be great. Okay. Sorry. So to the left. Wait, where's my hat? Would my hat still be here, you think? Girl. Damn. I lost my drip. Okay. So probably here. Maybe not. I am puffing a little bit. When he starts climbing the horse. Okay, babe. Should be pointing. Okay, I gotta do it again. Okay, so there's the second phallic member. And it's kind of in a little ridgy moment. Hold. That's the hill. There's the two phallic members. I thought it was like there. You know what I mean? Because that's the phallic and then it's right there. That's the little phallic boy. Go up and to the left. The red. Oh, but that's not phallic.
Damn, that hurt.
Between the ridge and the penis rock. The ridge and the penis rock. Alright, I'm here. It looked like the X was on the penis. What the hell? It's coming to get me. It's coming to get me. Help! It's right behind me, isn't he? Okay. Is it obvious? Like, what am I actually looking for? I've never, like, searched for treasure on...
Away from me now! Fuera!
Oh. Is it over there because someone's shooting? Or is that different? Does that not involve me? It's off a cliff under a rock. So here? Oh, something just popped up. Oh no, it was my horse. Under a rock. Does he need help? New friend? New people to kill? Oh, he's shitting, my bad. Under a rock. That looks very rocky. I just don't understand the map, because the map, I feel like it didn't have, X marks the spot was not on the hill. That's why I don't understand.
Yeah.
Ride 'em, cowgirl. Gonna fall off my horse again. Do you have to go on top of the hill for some sort of, like, for it to unlock or something? You go up. I think what confused me is the fact, like, X marked the spot being on the phallic, but maybe that is the edge of the rock? But it just looked very phallic. I don't know. Then go left to the ridge. You'll walk to the area and it says inspect. Should I go up then?
Come on, girl. Yep.
Can we even go up here? Can I climb this? No, I cannot. I thought I was tall. Look, guys, I do apologize, but on the map, it looks like it was the two members, not... Like, I mean, it makes sense that there was a... What's it called? Uh-oh. Like, it literally said go up, but I thought... Oh, Nessie. Oh, Nessie. Alright. Don't worry about it, because the horse is alive. The horse is alive, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Sometimes we flip off a cave. A mountain. Okay. I think the part with the X is supposed to be separate from the phallic rocks. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's my first Red Dead treasure map. Super Mario. Super Mario! Oh, I'm gonna get off here. Yahoo! Can I go up here? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Yoink. Thank you very much. There is a path in the ridge and the rock. I gotta investigate before I fall down. Like down here, maybe? That man is never gonna get to take the trip to Japan to find the sapphire now in so many ways. I don't want to drop down just yet. The path is right before the campsite. Oh. Here? Wait. Hold. This is the path? Seems very scary. Turn around. North. Oh. Right. Uh-oh. Is this wrong? Oh, okay. Imagine. Imagine Guys, how was I meant to find this on my first treasure map? I feel better that I was feeling confused. There's no way I would, like, this is crazy. So I just keep going? This is the easy one? There is no way I would have found that. All that for a pearl necklace? I could have got that on Friday night. What? Another treasure map? Are you kidding me? The real treasure is the fun we had along the way. That's absolutely crazy. I'm glad we spent time on this. Okay. What the hell? No, that was interesting. I literally wouldn't have guessed that from the map. But I guess now I know how it works. Maybe the next one would be easier. But come on, boy. Come on. Alright, let me have a look. Number 2. We're doing a mission. That's crazy. We'll be back. I want to make a sandwich and an ad's playing. So I'm going to do that. I need a sandwich to recharge my brain. The next one's easier? Really? Actually? We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. What the hell? I can't believe that. She said she went to a site where there was a kink bed with biblical text on the walls. What? What the hell? Where's Rhodes from Valentine? Is it right in front of me? Or have I not discovered it yet? Oh my god, Pop Mart. God, Pop Mart in Japan was so good. Didn't compare to Australia. Right in the middle, up the top. Look, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a little. Oh wait. I might do a couple of these first. And then we gotta figure out if we're playing Photopia today. I don't know if we're playing that. Oh wait, I gotta get some food. Wait, Atomic, why don't you like him? Why is he hated? Can't we get some bank from it? I like to rob their houses. Oh shit. I don't even know why people hate characters.
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
Open the damn lock. Mister, help! Hey, shut up. Get out of here. Act like you never saw this. Hey.
Hey, Pookie. You okay?
Mister, I don't hardly know what to say. Thanks, I guess. You done me a service.
No worries.
Hey, look. The stage company's gonna write this off as a robbery anyway. If you can get in that lockbox, you can take what you want from it. It ain't stealing if it's already stolen.
Ah,
Well,
you're right. Thanks, King. Sorry, horsey. Sorry, horsey. Sorry. Anyone have a hat? Oh, not this guy. Not the horses. Alright. I don't want to ride this. I don't want to ride this. Although, I can sell this. I can sell this. It's really far away, but can I sell that for money? I kind of need to do it.
Yep.
Am I so far away from it? Hold. God, I'm so far away. Can I just cut through here? Ah, Mikey, fuck the shotgun. I have so many. Not on a cart. Okay, I gotta go around. U-turn. Oh wait, it changed. No, I've stolen a few shotguns in my time. Okay, I'm gonna sell this and then I'm gonna make my sandwich. It's not stolen. Oh. Damn it. Oh, my hair looks good. So what do I do?
Where's that horse gone to?
One moment. It's flashing. Christ's sake, it's so funny. Where's my horse? Isn't it close? I didn't go that far, did I?
Damn horse.
Come on, boy. I think it's a girl, actually. Did my thing despawn? Okay, good. Okay. I'm gonna drop this off. Will it just follow me now? Or do I have to keep whistling?
Yeah.
Woo! Hi, Kayla! Okay. I'm making money. I need this so bad. And then Mummy needs a sandwich. And also, are we doing Pocopia today? What's the vibe? Because we might also do my cap games. Then the last game I'll play today will be for more cash. Pokemon! Is there a fence near me? Or is that... I think that's my closest one, right? Because all my fences are locked. Kayla, what's been new, doll? Tell me everything. I would love some Pocopia. Pokemon! Jules, we could do both, to be honest. Because I could do some Pocopia, and we do some more Fangs. And then we could do some Fort. And then we can do some retro, or vice versa. Or I save retro for tomorrow. So maybe Pocopia, Fortnite, and then I skedaddle. I do apologize. This episode of Red Dead was literally driving a train and mourning a horse. I think Pocopia could be nice to chat as well. We'll get to yap a little bit. Yeah, how much would this coach sell for? Oh, good.
Yep.
Oh my god, amazing. Okay. I'm glad she's doing much better. That's huge. And oh my god, working in finance. You be busy. Usually 25 to 50. We'll take it. Oh my god, look at all the dirt on me. I promise next time we play Red Dead, I'll do more missions. I kind of got sidetracked. Are we making good way? Oh my god, so far. My bad. Although we were just around here, so I guess we are making good time. I turned 6'5" and blue eyes. Hey, you don't need it when it's you. Upgraded bath, deluxe bath. We can't keep stopping. We keep doing side missions.
Easy.
Where's my horse? Are you kidding me? I'll have to get them at the stable. Nearly ran into it. It's a Cowboys. My bad. Kayla, I bloody bet. I love that you came in with good news. Yippee! We're really doing it. Look at us. What I'll do is I will get everything. Well, I just have to plug one cord in. Hang on. Free meat for mummy. Oh, it's rotten. Okay. Carry on. I'll get everything ready for Pokopia and then... Yeah. That'll be very, very exciting. Kayla, yes. I can't believe, because I used to play Red Dead Online, which is funny to me, that I played online before the story. And, even just like looting, the sound of looting, just, there's something so satisfying about looting in this game. Yeah. Oh my god. What was that flash? Am I getting this? Yay! We're really doing it. And even though this day was a bad example, because whoopsie doopsies, I didn't mean to go this off track. But I love that a Red Dead playthrough, like it's different each time whoever plays it. So for example, my choice today was to rob a train and drive it for 30 minutes. Whoopsie, sorry guys, my bad. But it is kind of cool that you can make that decision and just do whatever you want in between the main storyline. I remember this place. I crashed into the horse once. Ooh. Ninis, define playing. I can't move. I'm kind of stuck on this fence. Sorry about the fence, sir. I will try and get out of it. Is there a way that I can get rid of this fence? Hold. Great. Yep, that's what I wanted to do. Yep, close the door. No, get out. Oh my god, I'm honestly gonna crash out. Please get out. Don't. Thank you. Okay. Alright, what if I load back into the game? I don't know where I am. Okay. Usually find if I go full speed forward. Okay. Chess, I don't know how we got here, to be honest. We're lodged in a fence. Heave!
Leo was stuck. How can I break the fence? Can I shoot the fence? But everyone's gonna be scared. Vandalism. Vandalism. Yeah, okay. Maybe if your fence didn't vandalize my cart, I wouldn't be in this predicament. This is crazy. Don't be alarmed, alright? Bro. I'm a vandal. I'm stuck and the cows are going crazy. Come on, guys. You got this. Just a bit to the right. Hi, Sponge. We're screwed. All I wanted was a little treat, and now I'm stuck in a fence. I'm gonna... Mickey, I'm gonna reload, okay? How do you get stuck in a fence, man? Bit of a predicament. Talent. Oh. Who's this? Who's this? What the hell? 26. Is it 26 today? I don't want auto save to be turned off. What is happening? Oh, shoot. Who is this? I don't think this is Tayo Cruz, right? Alright, hold. Oh, 16th. It's this one. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I was like, whose horse is that? Oh, shoot. Burn the PC. My first horse. Before I got Tayo Cruz. I thought there was Tayo Cruz for a second. I got excited. I lost my wagon. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't getting out of this fence anyway. I'm just gonna steal that wagon. Hold. No one will see it. Hello. Oh no, sorry, sir. Oh, are you hurt? Are you hurt?
Let's do this. What in the hell?
Be a man about this.
All good, sweetie. No stress, okay?
You take care now.
Oh, what happened to this wagon, guys? Oh.
Yep.
This game is just one big side quest. Assault! Hi, sweetie.
My legs all numb. Please hurry. Oh, yes. Yes. Just lift as hard as you can.
There you go, babe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You saved me.
No
Oh,
worries.
Okay.
No worries.
Sure.
I could have been stuck here and starved or eaten. Oh, you're a cruel man.
What the fuck? Babe, you kidding me? I just saved you.
Lord!
Just calm down, lady.
Please, it's too tight. Oh, God!
Yep.
All right. To be fair, she switched up on me so quick after I helped her.
Not again.
My bad. One sec. I'm just gonna get this away from me, and then Mummy's gonna sell this. I'd loot her with that attitude, I know. She's a pick-me. It's so crazy. All right, we're back, guys. We're back. Now, where am I? How did we get here? I didn't kill them. I simply just... Oh god, going the wrong way again. I simply just did what I needed to do. Hi guys, just here to sell a wagon, and I'm not talking about my ass. Thank you.
Figured this
I'm gonna
might
get
be
$2 for this.
adventurous to you. Very nice.
Thank you.
I'll find a good home for this.
Thank you. I'll take
Spend it
$25. 25 or bust.
See you again soon.
$40? Guys, I'm an entrepreneur. I just gotta steal wagons. What? Hey, Daddy.
Hey,
Hey.
just get out of my way.
All right,
Hey, watch where
sweetheart.
you're going.
Sorry, baby. I want that hat, though. Oh, sorry. My bad.
Next time.
My bad.
Gonna end you, you son of a bitch!
Come and get me then. Go on. Come and get me. Tough guy, yeah? We're gonna play racing? Go on.
This ranch is gonna be your
Come on, Pookie. Come and get me. Ooh.
You almost danced with fire, right?
Oh, yeah? Yeah? You stop racing me.
You ain't scared.
Let's go! This is your own fault! Now stay there!
Wow, nice gun. Does it come and work?
God! Just hold still. Hellfire! No! Stop this!
What's in your panties?
This is very kind of you.
Thank you for the hay.
Let's go, girl.
Anyway, guys. Anywho, sorry. An ad starts in... An ad starts... An ad starts in 3 minutes. I'm gonna go make a sandwich and I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna run an ad while I'm doing that. And then... we'll figure out what we're doing next. It might be Pacopia time soon. I can't believe I'm a bad cowboy. My bad. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a sandwich. I'll be back.
It's
Oh my god. Granny? Hello? Hello? Are you still here? Yes, what? Emerald Ranch. Gran, so much has happened. I stole a train again. I just stole a wagon. And I sold it. She has also died. Gran, we should play Red Dead online together off stream. I would do anything for that. Also, can we please play DB tomorrow? Oh my god. I accidentally killed my horse. Oh my gosh, I got a new horse? How's your video store, baby?
You're gonna die here, you bastard!
That wasn't my fault. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I just tied him up. I just tied him up once. Can't I go eat her sandwich? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I'm gonna look at this here letter. And then we're gonna play Pacopia. I'm Bono. I'm still in chapter 2. I am very late because I keep doing side quests. And by side quests, I mean stealing trains. My bad. Oh my god, how's your playthrough going? I'm a bit too YOLO. I hate that I'm like this, but it is what it is. Honest mistake. It's only happened twice. Steal a train once. Shame on you. Steal a train twice. Shame on me. Steal a train thrice. I think you just like trains. Oh my god, Bono. Today's VOD, I will admit, today is a write-off. Don't watch today's. Yesterday's, though, so much fun. Oh my god. I'll be better next time. I think I was distracted. I think what I like about this game is... Oh my god, Bono. I think what I like about the playthrough, or this game, is that it's open world. So, if you want to fuck around and steal some trains, you can do that. Can I beat this train? Yes. I just love that you can do whatever, you can play this however you want. It's me, idiot. Lenny, come on. I'm back! Don't ask me what I did. Something happened. It's the train company's fault.
Well, I see you ain't got problems with your appetite.
Is this a letter? Hey, babe.
Is there any part of my existence you're not trying to ruin? I'm not sure I appreciate your tone, girl. Well, I'm not sure I appreciate your smell. It's put me off my meal.
Stinky.
Take a bath, please. I will not put up with much more of your tongue, miss. Did anybody lose a pile of turd? I think I found one. You'll get yours one day, my girl. And you won't get yours. That's the problem.
Okay. Damn.
Let me see some more smiling, boys. Come on. Lights. They're actually pretty
All right. Letter.
100 years.
Dear Arthur, I've written this letter 100 times or more, and I cannot get it right. It's me. You know it's me from the bad handwriting. I know I said when we last spoke, and I was going off to get married, that we would not speak again. I know I said a lot of things, and I meant them, I suppose, at the time. But I'm not so proud as to not speak to people who care for me, or cared for me. I've been in Valentine for a couple of months. I had some bad luck, and, well, it's a long story and not an interesting one. But I am here for now. I saw a couple of the girls, or whatever the polite term is for them, that ran with you and your associates in town. And I heard tell of a man who sounded like you. I would love to see you again if you could spare me a little bit of your time. I'm renting a room at Chadwick Farm, just north of Valentine. Yours, Mary Linton.
Oh my god. We're about to be. Oh my god. Oh my
Mr.
god.
Morgan, can I? Are you okay?
Okay, nightcap.
Yes.
This is what Gran wears to bed.
Miles away, I'm afraid.
So it seems. Anyway, it's that fellow Downs.
The, do-gooder?
Exactly. We lent him quite a sum. It seems like he has little intention of repaying us. He was quite ridiculous when I went to see him.
All right.
You've not been to see him yet, I take it?
I'm sorry, Harris Johnson. Had a lot on. I'll go give him a gentle reminder.
Not so gentle. I don't like his kind. Superior.
As you wish.
I lost him. So, thank you for 5 years, pretty much. Jesus. How are you, doll? Loop him, loop him. Alright, we have to look cute, and then we go. Thank you, Zol. Sorry, that love letter really got me.
Please leave me alone.
I hope you are fantastic. Thank you. Oh, everyone's in their pantaloons. I see, I see. Yeah, I have to have a bath. And I have to shave. My hair's still looking good. Where do I sleep? Is this my area? Oh god, no. Where's my zone? Over here. No, I've been streaming for 8.5 years, actually. 8.5. Worse. Can I sleep? Oh, I'm sorry, Zell. It all adds up, you know? I hope you continue to feel better. It's good to see you. Holy guacamole, I know. Guys, where do I sleep? Everyone's on their pantaloons. Where's my bed? Where's my bed? Is someone in my bed? Next to me. Guys, move over. We have a child with us? What? Mind if I nap here? What the hell? Guys, someone move my bed.
How's it going? Not too bad. Good.
I'm being pranked. Hello? Oh, is this where I sleep here, maybe? Oh, you gotta look at it? Oh, okay. I have a fancy bed. Wait, Atomic, we need this, I think. I get a full bed? Or maybe I don't. I'm just trying to sleep so I can see my gal. Maybe that's not my bed. Rest. Maybe I can just rest? It is. Then why can't I sleep? Oh, Zell. I've heard that a lot from my mum and sister, and I will say I feel like that's a big... It's proof that you are not. Because you do care. You know what I mean? And you aren't a failure, and you just care so much. So I hope you feel better. That's not a nice feeling. Where am I? Where's my bed? Maybe I can't sleep? Do I have to go see my man? I mean my gal? Sorry, where's so she's here, but I need a bath. So maybe I go there first? The game wants me to fail. I need to have a quick bath. What the hell? Alright, we gotta go.
Yeah.
We gotta go. I'll do this mission and then we'll get some Pacopia in before we do other games. Yeah, Daniel, I'm only doing this for the plot to see my babe. I haven't bathed in days. They're making me do another mission? I thought they were leading me to my girl. Yeah, I sell it at... Don't worry, actually. I'm going to have a bath first. The game will force you to do this mission. What? I nearly fell into that hole. Holy shit. Honey, I'm home.
What the? Be with you momentarily.
No worries.
Nothing like a fresh start. Hello, how can I help?
Just selling this, thank you.
Thanks, mister. Come on, girl.
Come on, horsey.
Okay, girl.
Okay. So I need to... Is everything locked? Because... Oh, everything's shut. Not my bath, though. Not my bath. Wait, we should find out, Chris. Hey, everyone. Daddy's arrived.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. I can't even have a bath? I'm that locked into a mission I can't bathe? Now that is ridiculous. Great.
Thank you.
Alright. That's a shame, that is. The game said, you're not playing Pacopia until you go here. The game's over my shit. Wait, do I need a tonic? How do you know? Oh, he does look a bit rough, doesn't he? Ooh.
Oh, he looks like he's seen better days, like Pete Murray style. Candy. Actually, he needs food.
Yeah.
Am I underweight? No, you're allowed to. Grant, you out of all people are allowed to. You need food. I did that. You're right.
Yeah.
No, I'm very open. I don't mind backseating. Like, I do find it funny though. Sometimes I'll like, I know people don't mean anything by it. It makes me laugh, but I don't know, go to pick up an item and I'll pick up the item. And then I'll look over at chat and someone's like, go pick up the item. I'm like, I know the basic things, like shoot the lock to unlock it. Like, I know. I don't care because it makes me laugh. No, the treasure I needed help with. No. That's the thing. Most things I really don't mind backseating, otherwise I will not get it. Like, I wasn't gonna find the treasure without you guys. I do need help half the time in story games. But it is really funny. But like, I know people mean well and I don't care. But like, I don't mind laughing about like Deadeye and stuff like that because I know I do forget to use it sometimes, so it's valid. But like, I like, for example, Mikey, I know he won't mind me talking about this because he means well, he really wants to help. But I remember before, I was like looting a carriage and I broke the lock to get the loot out. And I look over at chat and Mikey's like, shoot the lock. But, babe, I know. I know, like, it's fine. But I'm so open to backseating that I think sometimes people don't know what I do and do not need help with, but it cracks me up.
Whatever do you want?
Hey, baby.
Mr. Thomas Downs, you owe me money.
Oh, no, I'm...
We ain't a charity, Mr. Downs.
Temp, I would need that.
Really? Threaten me, would you?
Please, I have a family, sir, please.
I don't care about your family. Why'd it have to come to this, huh?
Believe me, sir, I didn't want this either. Mr. Strauss seems so understanding.
No!
If you want the money,
they killed
you'll
him.
have to wait.
You ain't such a do-gooder, are you? If you're running out on debts...
I'm not running anywhere. I'm doing my best for you.
You are a slippery little bastard. But I got you now.
Please,
Hi,
show
Kim.
some compassion.
Hi, Vic.
Please.
Hi, y'all.
Strauss told me you needed a beating. You saying he was right?
What will that solve? Be reasonable.
You borrowed money from my business partner, Herr Strauss. You owe him, you took the money. He wants it back, what's not to understand? Where's our money?
I don't have it.
Yeah, toss that pussy on there.
No more than it's worth.
Sorry.
Sell
Thank
your
you,
wife,
Cam.
your
Camulano
family,
underscore Ding Dong has
something.
gifted 5
We
subs.
ain't your idea of
Naughty
charity.
boy.
Is that clear?
Thomas!
What are you looking at?
Thomas!
I said what you looking at, woman.
My husband isn't well. If we could just have more...
Like I said, we ain't nobody's idea of charity. Get us the money.
Go into the house, steal their canned vegetables. Cam, thank you for that. That's really kind. Don't run away. We gotta steal shit in their house. The hell? Thank you, Cam. That's really kind. Guys, if you were gifted a sub as well, please make sure you say thanks. Running extra ads this month, so a lot of people just got ad-free viewing. It's a future pop point. Oh. I know, Daniel's like, Carla, it's a story game. My bad. Been there, done that, Chris. I'm a whole bakery. Can I see my wife now or what?
Hey, you're okay, girl.
You're okay, girl. You have a wife? Great. Yeah, you. Obviously. What's this? Okay. I got fucking harmonica'd. Hello? Someone waving around a gun over there? No. Why is everyone always sitting on the edge of glory? Hello?
Ah, how did you get on? Not so good. He's almost dead. And they seem more or less destitute. You were a fool for lending them the money.
Well, people who aren't desperate don't seem so interested in my propositions.
Of course.
Cam, you... Guys, never feel bad. I am just an extra in your life. You know what I mean? You didn't even need to do that. I feel bad now. Don't feel bad. I was off most of Feb for my 30th, so, you know. You're fine, doll. Thank you so much, but never feel bad. You gotta do what you gotta do. Thank you very much. Oh, is this Mary? Is that Mary? Okay, we gotta go. Oh, I'm freaking out. We gotta go to Mary. I can't. Okay. I need to switch games soon, but I need to go to Mary first. And I need a fun hat. Can I buy a hat in Valentine? Ooh, God, I look good. Oh, yeah. I want it to grow back. Oh, Lanny? Daniel! What the hell? That's not my horse. It is my horse. My bad, girl. Alright, we're on an adventure to see our gal. And then we'll switch to Pacopia. I'm gonna be so confused with controls after playing.
There, girl.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah, good girl. Here we go.
Uh-oh. Thunderstorm and lightning. Alright, let's go have a bath. And then if I can get a hat, I would love to also get a hat. Especially for the cutscene. Can we get a hat in here? Can you jump over this? No. Over this? No. Okay. Now I noticed there is a train. But I'm not going to steal it because I need to see my wife. Which is huge growth. Can you jump over this? Popeyes. Oh yeah, what'd you get?
Out of the damn way!
Oopsie, sorry. Can I get... Oops, sorry. Oh. Girl.
People better be ready to lose.
Hello.
Oh, shit.
Don't be scared. Daddy's home. Can you buy a hat
Hello
here?
there. You hear someone robbed a stagecoach from old Bob Crawford at Carmody Dale? Well, I'd feel sorry if he hadn't robbed it first.
Nice. Ooh. That's crazy. I think I did a side mission before, Daniel, and it wasn't bad. But I only reason why I'm ignoring them, ooh, I kind of like that, is because of my babe. Where does Daddy get a hat in this town? Puffin, you must have needed it. Good morning.
Don't try to cut it yourself.
Thanks.
Can I get a hat in here? But I want to buy a new hat. I want a brand new hat. Is there anything around here?
Move already.
Sorry. Doctor. Daniel, I know, but I wanted a fuck-ass hat for a cutscene.
Claire, I need the pass.
Welcome back.
Hello, I need a bath.
Can I get a hot bath, please?
I got someone warming it up for you already.
Thank you
Just
so
head down the
much.
corridor there.
The general store? Oops, sorry, sir. Oh, yeah. I'm not getting a deluxe because I'm seeing my babe. Oh, yeah.
Would you like someone
General
to
store?
take over for you?
No, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. Thanks.
I usually would get a deluxe, but I'm seeing Mary. I'll have deluxe next time. Oh, I'm so clean. I think I have lost weight. Dalton. Not wank me off, wench. Oh, I'm good and clean. And sudsy. Oh, I look so good. Any other day, Daniel, you know I would have gotten 2 deluxe baths, but I'm seeing Mary.
Yep. Sheriff keeps a tight rein on this place, but at least he can...
Didn't ask, thank you. Alright, general store. Hi,
Howdy.
sweetie.
Have a look around. Have a look around.
Now, let's have a look.
I need the great hat for the cutscene. Big city hat.
I sell out of that pretty fast.
I'm sure you do. That's a lie. That ball hat's kind of fucked. What the hell, Daniel? Bro's trying to scam us. Hi, Kara. That's pretty fuck ass. I think I'll buy that if I can't see anything else.
Feller was telling me the daughter at Emerald Ranch don't leave the house no more. Been locked in up there for a couple years now. Okay then?
Thank you. I'll wear it out, please. I have a date. Although, pants.
You like that?
This guy? Oh my god.
Wow. I look really good. That requires gold. Do you have some? Vests.
You like the look of that one, huh?
I'll wear this out, thank you.
That's it for now.
God, I look good. Alright, time to see Mary.
Thank you.
Where's my horse? Over here. Okay, time to see my babe. Mary.
Morning, partner.
I was getting echo just now because you were playing in my app home screen and I had— oh no, that's—
Excuse me, but I need some money. I fought in the war. I fought for you.
Who needs money?
Come on. Give a fella a nickel. Give me a dime. Give me something.
Who?
Hey, try going around here. Come on! Out of the way! Hey, buddy! I'm too old to get a job, mister.
I don't have a lot of money, but
Way
I
too
can give you
old.
$1, I think.
Can't we be friends?
Sure.
I'm so happy. I ain't had a friend in a long time.
I'll be your friend.
Long time.
I just spent all my money on this
Friend
vest.
died. Weren't my fault. They said it was, but they was wrong. It's fun being with you, mister. Can I hold you a second, mister? Can I?
Sure.
Okay, just
I look so
quickly.
good.
That felt good. It's nice to be held sometimes.
I got you,
We
babe.
used to hold each other in the war.
Oh, you're coming with, are you?
You got sad eyes, mister. Like you seen sad things. Remember with kindness.
Come on, girl.
Alright. Oops, not the knife. Anyway, he seems really lovely. I just gotta see my girl. Alpina? Dalton, it's really good. I'm kind of getting sidetracked a lot, but it's great. My bad. Can I take my jacket off? I don't know. Alright. Play it cool, play it cool.
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you, ma'am. Is Mrs. Linton
This
in?
is a trap.
I'll go see.
Mrs. Linton, a caller for you.
Yeah, that hat's so funny. Imagine this in a cutscene. Oh, she's gorgeous.
Hello, Arthur.
Mary?
Oh, she'll take me back. She'll kidnap me.
I heard you and your friends was around.
Okay. Where's what's his name?
Died.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. Happened a while ago. Pneumonia.
Bad business.
Sure.
So, well, you've been made a widow and you come here looking for me, is that it?
No, ain't like that, Arthur.
Okay.
My family. I need your help.
You mean the family that always looked down on me? You want me to help?
It's my little brother, Jamie.
I just love a cutscene outfit.
I always liked Jamie, at least compared to the rest of them.
That vest looks so good.
He's broken Daddy's heart.
Daddy has a heart.
Don't make me beg you, Arthur.
My money, my life, me. I wasn't good enough.
I'm sorry. We need your help real bad. Little Jamie's joined the Chelonians, that strange religious order.
Good for him.
They're quite mad, Arthur. They'll kill him. You're the only person he'd listen to.
So, I'm too rough to marry into your family, but it's okay to ask me to help in saving your family.
I'm sorry. I understand if you don't want to help me, but I think of you often.
Long time ago now.
I'm begging you, Arthur.
I say let Jamie live Jamie's life and not the nightmare that his daddy dreamed up for him.
Jamie's so innocent, Arthur.
I look good.
Please, Arthur. Will you help me?
Well, of course I'm going to help her.
Where is he?
Somewhere out near Carmody Dell, I think. The rancher there said he'd seen him around the Cumberland Forest area. I just want him back, Arthur.
What a single color matches.
If you find him, bring him to me at the station.
I'll see what I can do.
I look
I'll
so
owe you.
good.
You already owe me.
Guys, I look so good. Once I get more money, I'm gonna make this strip even better. Mary Lantian. I got 3.5 hours? Whoopsies. Set him up for failure. No, I can't fail in this hat. I can't fail him. I'm too handsome to fail. I look so good. All I need to steal is a couple wagons. And trains, and I'm fine. Gee whiz, that's a nice wagon.
Yep.
Wagon D's nuts. We do have to switch to Procopia. I'm getting distracted. Right on, babes. Cara, I see you soon. I should switch, actually. I shouldn't do this mish. I should switch. Catcalling wagon. I am going to genuinely steal wagons and make money. I can get $20 to $40 a wagon. Don't say you need help, please. Okay, cool.
Oh, hey, you there. Think you can help a lady out? My horse up and died on me, twisted my ankle something fierce. Think you could give me a ride?
Yeah, sure. Up on.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. You know Emerald Ranch? Mind taking me there?
Emerald Ranch. That's crazy. What am I gonna get for it?
Sure.
Glad I ran into you. Huh. I raised that horse, you know. Raised it since it was just a foal.
Oh, losing a horse is hard. Sorry to hear
Cunt
that.
is crazy, Daniel.
Yeah, that horse did right by me. Better than my husband, truth be told. That fool. Always complaining. But does he do something about it? Man barely lifts his hand to wave the flies away. Aside from to lift a drink, of course. Marriage, for me, has been nothing but trouble. Hey, what are you doing? Get back on your horse. You're a mate.
Look what we got here.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I'm really busy. I'm really busy. You keep talking about your husband. I'm actually exhausted mentally. It's fine. Someone will grab you. Everything's fine. I want to put you on this wagon.
Hey, move it.
Wait, what's in your pockets?
Now, I'm just gonna check
Sorry,
your
baby.
pockets. You'll be all right.
Look, there's another horse coming. You're fine.
Someone, please help me.
Alrighty. So, where was I? I really did want to help her. I really did. But it was all the way in Emerald Station, and I really have stuff to do. And she kept talking about her husband. Oh, that was barely assault. I tied her up. That's crazy. Anyway, where was I? Procopia. She's in the shade. Someone else is gonna grab her. That's a nice wagon you got there. Mind if I steal it? Anyway. I didn't want to do what I did.
It's all right, girl. Yeah.
It was just kind of like, you know. Oh, my horse died. Can you help me, mister? Like, who kills their horse? Red flag.
Now, come on.
Alright, we're nearly there. She's fine. My recent crimes. What crimes? Can I reload in? Oh, what if I jump off the thing and die and then I reload? Alright, the crime's done. Mind if I steal your wagon? Alright, there we go. Perfect, it worked. I was about to ride that goat. The green and the blue go quite nice together, I feel.
Been too long, girl. Yeah. Get up. Get up.
Come on. Hey everyone, I'm home.
And what is Chelonianism?
Great.
No less than the recent rediscovery of theology.
Gentlemen.
Shell of safety.
Shell of safety. Can I speak to the boy?
Arthur?
Hello, son. Your sister is very worried.
The boy has chosen a path, sir. The path to truth.
Uh-oh.
Well, his sister just wants to speak with him.
Arthur, I've chosen a path. The boy has chosen a path. He's chosen safety. What path have you chosen, sir?
Still searching, I guess.
We are all searching. Chelonianism is about searching. What do we search for, do you think?
I don't know. Safety? Safety and meaning?
Jamie knows the truth.
Jamie.
But of course, you may speak with him.
Exactly. If your teachings are so great, what harm can I do?
I'm not coming with you, Arthur!
Just come and speak with Mary, then make up your mind!
Leave me alone, Arthur! I didn't ask for your help!
Oh, great. It's always a chase with these bastards.
Just stop and let's talk about this.
This is none of your damn business!
Great. Oh, wagon.
They're just using you. Telling you what you want to hear.
What the hell do you know about it, Arthur?
Come on.
Sakes, Jamie, just hold up.
Yeah, I didn't notice the horse, actually. Okay, that's a good point. Come here, boy.
We gotta do this the hard way.
I don't have to answer to you.
Can I lasso him?
Come on, Jamie, your sister's worried about you. Come on, you ain't stupid. You can see this is crazy.
You're the crazy one.
Yeah.
Great.
I was doing just fine by myself.
I want to lasso him.
Sorry, mister.
What are you gonna
Sorry,
do,
mister.
Jamie? Live the rest of your life in the mountains with those people?
They're my friends.
Your friend?
Leave me alone, I'll shoot you. I swear it.
What are you talking about? You ain't no killer.
You don't know who I am.
Yep.
Oh.
Tarahay Birdie just resubs for 13
Please,
months.
Arthur.
OMG Carly, you are playing my fat game of all time. Come on yet.
Just
Cowboy.
a kid. You're making a big mistake.
I'm not taking advice from you. You're an outlaw. You leave me alone. They're good people. I'm warning you, Arthur Morgan. Leave me alone.
Please, kid. Put that gun down.
I warn you, Arthur. I'm gonna... I don't want to live anymore.
Kid, just calm down.
Leave me alone.
Now calm down. Let's go see your sister.
Imagine I just killed him accidentally.
Okay. Okay.
Me.
It's okay, kid.
Have I been a terrible fool, Arthur?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it. But one thing I do know. There ain't no shame in looking for a better world.
I missed you, Arthur. Are you and Mary sweet on one another again?
Oh, no. That's all a long time ago, son.
That's crazy. Tara, thank you so much for 13. How are you? Sorry, I was so locked in there.
It's been a long time, Jamie Gillis. You were a kid last time I saw you.
That was actually
Try to
crazy.
kill yourself.
I look good, Nero. Thank you.
You taught me how to ride a horse.
Aww.
Too well, apparently. Chelonia, though? Really? You'd fall for that?
They were very nice to me. They're decent.
I'm sure. Please tell me you didn't give them any money.
Of course I did. They rely on charitable donations.
Jesus, Jamie, come on.
I just wanted to believe that there might be something good coming my way one day. Guess that's dead in the water.
With the turtles.
Shut up. All Father kept telling me was, you won't amount to anything. You're not enough of a man. I had to get away. I couldn't take it anymore.
Forgive me, but your father's a bully and a coward. Don't listen to him.
Hey, don't talk about him like that.
What do you want me to say, Jamie? He's a good father? Nice man?
He won't be happy I saw you.
Please send him my worst regards.
The thing is, he's right. I'm not good at anything.
Come on, that ain't true. Tell me something you like. Don't think too hard.
Apples, I guess.
Apples?
Yeah, I love apples.
Okay. I was thinking more along the lines of carpentry or horses or something, but all right, go work in an orchard then.
By that token, you must really like shooting and robbing people.
I only like shooting young idiots who run away from me when I'm trying to help them.
Father told me what you do.
I'm sure he
did.
Yeah.
Hey, are you still with Dutch and what was his name? Hester?
Hosea. Yep, still the same, sort of. Here we are. She must be waiting inside.
Oh my god. Come on, boy.
You're nervous about seeing her, aren't you?
How's it going? Not too bad.
Don't say anything. Play it cool. I got a new horsey. I know, Axel.
Jamie! Jamie! Come home. Please, Father's been very sad.
Chess, you always say the worst things at the worst time. It's honestly it's a skill.
But I'll come home for you.
My boy. My sweet boy. Come on. Oh, Arthur. Thank you. Thank you.
Now kiss me.
It's good to see you, Mary.
And you, Arthur. And you.
Don't leave me.
Oh, you'll never change. I know that.
Girl. I drive trains now. Look at my fuck-ass pants. Damn.
I feel like the luckiest man alive, and I feel like a fool. That woman confuses me and plays me for a fiddle like no one else alive. I trust I will not make a god-awful fool of myself once more, but
Okay, journaling.
somehow I imagine I shall.
I drive trains and catcall carriages now. I'm different. Within 2 minutes. What do
do you mean within 2 minutes?
Hello.
Hello, you like my hat? Guys, I know you hate my hat, but you gotta understand. This is so good for cutscenes. Is he okay? Does he need food? Oh, little journaling king. Hi, Sponge. How are you, Dolph? How was the job interview? I think we're gonna do. Ooh, big stretch. Ow, big stretch. Ooh, my back just cracked in 5 places. I promised some Pacopia today, so I think we're gonna do some of that. We wanted to do that mission before we swapped, which was good. I'm still confused. Will Mary come back to me? Better bowling. Yeah, I really wanted to get a really big top hat, but I don't have the option for that. Feed and water your Arthur. Not saying for stop. Yeah, true. Okay. True. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, so are we down, guys? For some Pacopia? That was our longest session of Red Dead yet. Oh, I guess we did 5 hours that one day in 2 parts. I think that's a good spot to stop. So I can keep my promise of doing the other things. But we'll do another stream of this. I think we'll just do a full stream of it next week. And none of it will go on YouTube. Oh my god, guys, we had a crazy sesh today. Oh my god, it's so good, Sponge, isn't it? Too good. Too good. Okay, let me get this. Hold. That was crazy. Oh my god. Am I alive? Yeah, okay, cool. I thought I disconnected. Okay. Check the first Discord. Wait. Hold. See, I don't know what happened to my first horse.
Hey boys! Didn't think about this, did you? Oh!
Is that my horse? Is that Teo Cruz? Here?
Hey boys! Didn't think about this, did you?
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to injure my first horse. Oh, so bad. Bobby, we're going to Pacopia now, but honestly, you didn't miss that much, kind of. Kind of. Okay, all right, no. Stop it. Oh. Chris. I trusted you. Just ban me. I could never. I fell for it. Can't see train, still train, retribution. Let me add the Discord. Alright, let's see if this works. Aww, Tara, that's so cute. That's very, very sweet. That's nice that you have like a nice little memory with them. An experience. I'm sorry, doll. Okay, what I'll do is I'll play a quick ad. And then we're so back. David, how was... You played some sports, didn't you?
Okay, cool. That's really sweet. Yeah, I will play more, I promise. I will play more. Oh, I watch, sorry. Wait, Piston's your team, right? Rippling Water, you and ooh. How the heck do you turn the audio up on that thing? Here's the thing, Axel. I'm gonna be awful help because all my audio is on my mixer. So for me, I'm just routing it on my mixer. I don't know how to do it without the mixer. I've been on my mixer life for 6 years. But if anyone else has help for Axel, please feel free to yodel. I'm sorry I can't be help. My struggle is connecting it. I do want to do that, Tara. It looks right up my alley. Right up my alley. Hey, bitch. Thanks, Stole. Sorry, I want to help more. All right, let me go quickly. I want to grab a snack, and then we'll get into Pocopia before our cap. Because whoopsie doopsies, I did nearly 4 hours of Red Dead. My bad. God, I want a brownie so bad. God, I would do anything for a brownie right now. What was our vibe when we left off? I guess rebuilding things? I forget what we were doing. Let's see. Anything? I would do anything. That's crazy. I'm kind of excited to chill on the controller right now. A fine next step. Yes, game, exactly. But more to do than compared to Animal Crossing, people have said. Wait, dinosaur and trains, Daniel? I believe everyone's enjoying their lives here. Well, this place was a wasteland before, you know, so there may be some Pokemon who aren't really satisfied with their environment. I'd really like to raise everyone's comfort levels, but I think running all over the place to ask everyone what they need may be a bit beyond me. Do you have any bright ideas? Raising the environment level would help Professor Tangrowth mind at ease. Okay, we can do that. Environment level to 5! Hi, Cal! How are you? Yes, I can. Yippee! Do you remember how dried up and empty this town was before you came? There's much more moisture now, and I believe many Pokemon are very pleased about that. But some Pokemon do prefer drier environments. Those Pokemon would probably prefer to live a bit of a way away from plants and water. But it'd be kind to move their home. On the other hand, some Pokemon probably prefer some more humidity. I'd advise making homes for those Pokemon near water, trees, and other plants. Interesting. Are my eyes deceiving me? That feels very motion blurry. I don't remember it looking like that. I could just be used to Red Dead. I could just be tired though. Am I just tired? It just feels like it looks different to the other night. Maybe not. Oh, add stamp! Yay! Wait, a little walk in the hallway. Cute. Also, Das. Yippee! They give it 15. Hi, Mole. How are you? Pagopia. Poppy. Been there, done that. Don't move habitats. Okay. So. One moment. This guy's cute. Gumi's cute. I won't lie to you. I really enjoy them. I don't know, Gumi, I just is so cute. There's something about them that I'm really enjoying. So I think I'll say them. Hi, Rox90! Oh my god, thank you, doll. Let's see what this guy wants. Bright. I think they're in a good habitat. Humid. I think they're in a humid... I think they're in a humid spot. No, Daniel, wait. You can't. We're about to move habitats. I'm kidding. Have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging. A pleasure as always. Sorry. Actually, I'm not going to say sorry because you love the train segment. Never mind. You loved it. But have a good sleep, doll. Humid. Where are they? Pocadilla disease. Jeffy baby. What do you want? Bright. They're in a bright habitat, aren't they? Oh my god, me when I don't have to move anyone, I think. Yet. No, that's the only Pokemon that clearly doesn't have frizzy hair problems that love humidity. Mm-hmm. Real. Actually, maybe this guy. Warm. I guess that doesn't matter because of the fire. Right. I'm confused who I have to move. Right. Are they, if they're out here... Also, am I going crazy? Or am I just tired? Does this look weird when I walk to you? Or is this normal? It feels very motion blurry today. But am I just tired from Red Dead? Because it could just be me. Maybe it's the humidity. True. Enjoy, Bobby. I do see it. I swear this wasn't like this the other day. Yeah, maybe I'm just used to Red Dead. Is there anything different? Oopsie, it's not that. Is there anything different in my game right now? Source. I don't think there's anything different. I think I'm just tired. Yeah, probably just looking. But like, it doesn't impact you. Are you guys okay? I'm just worrying that like if I'm feeling weird looking at it, that you are. But if you're fine, then that makes me feel okay. Bye, Sheeby. Thank you for hanging today. I appreciate you. Thank you. Have a good night. It might just be my tired eyes. I don't know how to change the environment for them. When they say bright, do they mean just like this? Because I feel like it's fine. It just seems a little bit blurry when I run. It was probably like this the other day and I didn't notice. Ditto, yes. I mean, do you want to answer these rhetorical? Both. So if you notice something and you're like, yeah, this is like hurting my eyes, then obviously you want to try and fix it for you guys. But if you don't notice a difference and you think I'm just tired, then that's fine. Feels like the only good things happen when I spend time with you. Whoa. This, you know, to say thanks. Oh, a carrot? Oh, sorry. Oh my god, Megan. Okay, I must be tired because I honestly was like, yeah, well, yeah, no. You can backseat or like tell me things if I seem confused. I'll only say like, don't tell me. I'll tell you not to tell me, but I'm just confused on how to make it better because everyone was like humid and bright and they have that. Unless Glorp could live somewhere more humid. Maybe by the water? Riders like lamps. Oh. Really? Humid's closer to water and greenery. Brighter is lamps. So, you know how it was like, you need to move them. Can it just be... Can I just add a lamp to them? Okay. Yeah, and some water as well. Ooh. Not me just burping. My bad. They're happy! They love me. When they say they want a bed, can I just get them this bed? Or do they mean like the bed I made the other guy? Perception. Any bed, okay. Oh, so I just realized, so I can make the hay bed. Yeah, okay. That's cute as. I just realized, yeah. Oh, they're happy. That makes me happy. I guess their habitats... It allowed me to place it here before. Can I place... Okay, let me place it. Is that because of the... Oops. Thank you. That's cute. I'll get you more humidity, babe. 1 second. How's your comfort level now, babe? Yippee! Yay! I made them happy! Yeah, true. Good point, Zell. They love humidity. Amy, thank you for your watch streak, doll. How are you? Oh, the tags. Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll leave them be. I'm good, doll. Just figuring things out. You know how I am. Learning. Bean seeds. I'm curious what they'll grow into. Well, beans. Sometimes you gotta press minus on the inventory and it will tell you more about what each item is. Really? Can I talk to you? What's your comfort level? Brighter. Brighter. Stinky, 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 stinky. I think that's very stinky. So say if we did this. Wait, if I do this? Oops, sorry. I keep pressing the wrong button. My bad. Decoration. This would be bright as hell. Slender candle? Slender candle. So this doesn't count because it's too... It's not like bright. Environment level 3. We're nearly there. Details. Oh, that's nice. Oh. Yes. Okay, okay, okay. I like that. I like that. Okay, so... some toy stuff. Where do you live again?
Oh my god, they're so cute. Where do they live again? I forget. I throw my hands up in the air sometimes. Hi, Art. Okay, Zell, we can investigate. Oh, are you by the grass over there? Okay, you want some toy stuff. Okay. Can I build any toy stuff? Oh, the vase is so cute. Oh. See, that says decoration, but not lights. Relaxation. Interesting. Oh, we're gaming, Nick. Are you in Sid yet, though? Where the bloody hell are ya? Yippee! Tonight, yay! How exciting! Have you played this yet, Nick? Or do you want to play it? I don't think I've asked you that. Lights are all decorations. Okay, so just because it doesn't say bright doesn't mean it won't work. I think I'm overthinking, to be honest. Out of stock. Guys, why? Oh, is that a toy? Does that count as a toy? That's a bag. Oh, God. Does that count as a toy? Yay! Nick! We need to get my goat a Switch. I gotta get the bag too, you're right. Let me just do this. Hi, Cat. How are you doing? Oh, that's so cute. That's really cute. Oh my goodness. Is that fish okay? Alright, let's see if that's enough. Wait, how's your new job? God, I'm so glad I'm playing Procopia. I had a lot of fun with Red Dead, but I feel like I can talk a bit more. Oh my god, I want you. Come here. Stop. Dang it. I may have committed some crimes. Isn't it funny how life works? Oh, I won't get it. Oh shit, I got it. Is that fish okay? Yeah, they're just vibing. I want you to have a look. Killed a... Well, accidentally killed a horse. Oh my god, Kat, how exciting. I believe. That's amazing. Look at your home. What's the first horse What other horse did I kill? What the hell? What the heck? Didn't I? Oh, I did. Yep, you're right. Did they not like my toy? Is that not what they like? Oh. Are they not liking this vibe? They don't seem happy. Mushy 3 Empires, yeah, but I think it's great to be grateful and be excited. That sounds awesome, you know? I'm happy for you. Walker, I played my sister's games, but I didn't understand it because I was so young. So this is really exciting for me. Why aren't they happy? Oh, there we go. Hmm. That work as well? Hmm. Toy soft stuff. Soft stuff. What's soft stuff? Like a little doll? One of those dolls? Maybe? Hi, Cam. Ah, that's what I'm saying. I have a third over here. Kat, honestly, I got far too lucky. I'm very grateful. Nintendo was so nice to me and obliged to help me bring this to my channel. I wouldn't have been able to do it without them, so yeah. I didn't even expect them to be so nice because, like, you know, who am I? I'm just a girl. That was very, very, very generous of them to help me out. I don't think they like that either. Yay! Do you like it now? Okay, I think they like that. Art, how was workies? Are you still at work? Cat. Thanks, babe. I'm very grateful. W Nintendo. No, truly, because I had so much time off last month for my 30th. There was no way. There was no way I was going to be able to get a Switch. It was so nice of them. How do I do this? What is that? Oh, that makes more sense. The way I tried to dig it up. What? Mysterious slate? Oh. Interesting. Cat. 96 gang, yup. Off tomorrow, so I'm staying up late. I throw my hands up in the air,
sometimes. No, that's so cool. Yippee! Comfort level details. Average still. Average? Interesting. Average. Iffy. Average? Maybe they want more humidity. I will help, babe. What do you need from me? Pant. For some honey. 3 jars of honey. Honey. I mean, I'll definitely do that, but come back here, Queen. Homie. Yeah, what's your comfort level? Oh, you want food. Satisfying food. Do I have any plant? I'm gonna get some bowls. Oh, hey. Thank you. What do you need again? Oh. Oh. Whoopsies, sorry. Bean seeds? Bean seeds still are good, right? Oh my god, these controls. I'm so bad at the controls. Oh. I wonder if I can plant... Hold. Hold. Any big plans? Ooh. God, what are my plans? Kevin, I get so like, because I'm playing so many different games at the moment. We have Red Dead as well. That I just keep like pressing the wrong button all the time. Oh my god, Cat, it is. You're so right. Can I put beans here? Although, do they not let me? $270 hours! Wonder how many hours Chris has in this game now. Oh. I need 1 seed. So I need 2 more seeds. Okay. Gotcha. Kevin! Honestly, I do understand. There are some moments where I'm like killing it with the controls, and then other moments I'm like, girl, help. 2 jars of honey! I'm getting honey! Beautiful flower seeds! I'll be there in a jiffy. I want to touch the sparkles. Yippee! Yeah, I just was like, I'm over it. I got you something. Pokemon looking at me like, bye. Cat, when I played Last of Us a couple years ago, I was struggling with the controller as well. Ooh. a rug. Thanks, Queen. Game Boy, I think we're playing DBD with Gran to start with, and then we'll do a cap or something. It's not a mammoth stream tomorrow though, because I have a 4.5-hour trip to the wedding location, so we have to try and leave so we don't arrive too late. My dad was like, hey, when are you leaving? And I was like, oh, 4? And he's like, no, no, no. You have to leave earlier, because apparently, because we're going like country town. It was like there's going to be kangaroos as soon as the sun starts to set, and they block cars. And like, they hate headlights. Do not leave at 4. Try and leave at 2. And I was like, what? What? Girl, what do you mean? Yeah, Wheezy. What? Yeah. He's like, yeah, they warned us at the Bucks party to leave earlier because the kangaroos are really hard to avoid and they like hurl themselves at the cars. I'm like, oh what? Girl, Eric, that's what I say, girl. Girl. Actually, bring that back to me. I've been stuck there before. No, that's why I'm confused. Like, for example, we're so rural tomorrow that the last petrol station's in Goulburn. So you have to, like, fill up in Goulburn before we do the rest of the trek because there's no fuel around. Hayes. Yeah. My dad was like, yeah, apparently they hate headlights and will hurl themselves at the car. I'm like, great. Perfect, actually. I know, game. Imagine if they sell out. Sell-out's crazy, but I guess what we're going through at the moment with fuel, huh? Bean. The vertically upright, aggressive model of deer. Yay! Dark. Does that mean I should have put it in the shade for them? Like, should I dig this out to put him in here? Oops. Oh no. Yeah. Yas! When we're on the train and we're passing all the stations, I love seeing Yas Station. I hate that it made me laugh. Alright, talk to me. But come back. Is that correct, guys, if I move their house into here? Or is there a way to make this darker? Do I build a roof over them? Do I just build over them? Outside of the game currently, I would say, yeah, if I put
if I just go in here, is that darker? I would say Mimikyu. Here's darker, right? Right here. If I get more beans. Oh, I can build them a leaf hut. Try to make them a leaf hut. Inspect. Okay, sturdy sticks. And this. And then I gotta get my boys. Okay. Perfect. Hi, Em. Yay! Everyone's going for new jobs or a job interview lately. Guys, proud. Okay, pop off. Follow me. Support my delusions. Always. Yes. 2:14. 16 minutes. Okay, you enjoy that. Oh my god, Stinky. Your time will come, I believe. My god. Sorry, what comfort do you need, babe? A toy, okay. A trace of Pokemon. Oh yeah, the tree. Oh my god, you're scary. Don't look at me like that. Hold. Wait, did they ask what toy they wanted? I just realized. Don't I have an extra Whirly-McGig? Can I buy anything? I think I've sold... I bought everything. But everything's out of stock. Get a bloody grip. Maybe I can steal some of the toys from our goat. I gave them 3 toys. I think I can share. They're being cute. Excuse me, I need to steal your blocks because you don't care about the blocks. Thank you. I think you didn't care at least. What if I'm wrong this whole time and they're like, give me my block back. What the hell? I've been robbed. Not my fault. Give me a second. Oh, cat. Open for Business was ahead of its time. I was obsessed. They seem happy. Live chats in the chat. We're out here dreaming and loving and learning. Real. That's why I was really keen to play Pacopia, because I know we can just sit back and talk some shit. They liked Bright, didn't they? Squirtle, give me a second, sweetie. Let's talk tea. Guys, this is the time to talk tea. Aww. I need Charmander. Okay, it's really cute watching them, it's cute watching them play with the toy. Good night, Totten. Thank you for hanging today. Have a good sleep. Thank you. Huge. Oh, do we have to keep lighting the campfires to keep them happy? How's your comfort level now? Oh. Hold the phone. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Guys, we're actually thriving. We might be doing it. Cat, yes. Light this on fire, girl. Jeffy, how are you, baby? Bright. They want Bright too. No, Cat. So true. So true. It's look, it can be hard, but it's I tend to feel better if I can still be grateful for something, you know. Again, easier said than done. Like, I definitely understand sometimes you really can't. But even at my lowest, I'll be in the shower or like in bed and I'm like, oh, this is lucky that I get to have this bed right now. You know what I mean? Me too, Jeffy. Why? I'm so like, I apologize, guys. I know you're gonna yell at me. Just hear me out. I am so low energy today. I feel you. Oh, my bad. Sorry, can you relight that? My bad. Thank you. How's your comfort? Oh. My bad. Thank you for the sub! Louisa!
Put your ass away, child!
Oh,
Louisa
yes.
just subscribed. A 2 and a 3 makes 23. Woo.
Woo.
Hi doll, hope you're well less than 3.
Doll, how are you, sweets? Thank you for 23. We're a crumb from 2 years. What the hell? I appreciate you. Thank you. How are you, doll? Yeah, that's right, Jeffy. I keep forgetting, like, this weekend I have a wedding, which I know will be good to see family and celebrate my cousin. Like, I don't regret that at all. It'll be really lovely. And then I keep remembering I have camping the following weekend, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. A part of me thinks I should cancel camping, but I know that I shouldn't. Did that count as food for you? Or do you want to berry? I know, I should just do it. You know when you're just kind of like, I want no plans, you know? It was good, Louisa. Oh my god, it was so good. I kind of went a bit wild. Yes. That as well, Cat. Exactly right. Oh, what's wrong? What home? What do you mean they're home? Because I took an apple? That's so cute, but are they okay? Did I do something? Are they okay? What? Did I accidentally... Oh, it's raining! Did I accidentally move him out? What happened there? What the hell? What the helly? Kaz, it's something else, I tell ya. My new work friends invited me to drink, but I'm so strange because I'm mainly introverted because of my ADHD and my social battery gets strained. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm that type of person, I think. Well, I have been doing a lot lately, so I don't know if this is related to this, but sometimes it's really hard for me to get out of the house to go on the trip or to go to a plan, and then as soon as I'm out, I'm like, I'm glad I went. But it can take a lot for me as well. I'm like, oh. I'm honestly an ambivert. I'm very much both. Why isn't that working? Is it not close enough? Come down! I want you! Let me have you. Please. Hello? Don't leave. Oh. Alright. I picked up a feather once, but I don't know what it did. Yeah, cat, exactly, I'm the same. That's why I'm a little bit like, oh. I'm nervous to go camping, but I know it'll be really lovely. And it won't be as far as the wedding is. Yeah, I know it'll be nice. Yay! Average still? Do I just drop another berry? ate it. Yeah, no, Cat, that's true. I agree. Yeah, and the campsite we're going to... Oh, once a day. Right. Our campsite is really, really close to a beach. So it'll be really lovely. I know it'll be nice. It'll be really nice. I think also sometimes it's easy to feel a little bit weird when you're tired. Like if I wasn't tired tonight, for example, I'd probably be like, yeah, my God. But because I'm tired, I'm like, I don't even want to, like, what? Girl. But I'll feel better this afternoon after stream because I'm going to, pardon me, I'm going to pack for tomorrow. That way, when I stream in the morning, after I finish stream, everything's done. Like, the house will be clean, I'll be packed. So, I'll plan tonight. Yeah, I'm kind of keen for less reception and just beach and vibes. Yeah, Freedom, I have been. Because I got back from all my travels and then I did 11 days of streaming, which was the best. And then this week is normal and then I have the wedding. Next week is normal, then I have camping, and then when I get back, it's just going to be normal vibes, which would be cool. I will definitely have some Carla time. I like to play games in between adulting. Oh, she's so cute, Em. She was a bit naughty last night. She kept scratching on the mirror, but she had everything she needed, so I think she just wanted attention. So maybe that's why I'm a little bit tired today. My sleep was kind of disrupted from my child. Which is fine. She hardly does it. Yeah, Cat. Emily, I hope you're well, doll. She's naughty, but she's cute, so it's okay. See your own beauty. Ta-da! How do I give it? That's real nice. That's real nice. Excuse me, King. Stinky. Listen, that was one time. Of course. No, it is Stinky, you're right. You wouldn't want that. Can I put a rug? Okay, they didn't like the fossil head. They're gonna hate this. I don't think I have anything else. I think I have to get... What else counts as furniture?
God damn it. Rugs and wall hangings don't count. Oh my god. Okay. I'll figure this out. Good night, cat. Sorry for my delay. I can't believe... Mr. Picky over here. Have a good sleep. It was so good to see you. And I'm so glad things are on the up for you as well. Bye. We'll see you soon. Okay. I don't know what's wrong. I have a giant fossil couch in my living room. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, fam. What the fuck? Picky? Picky, picky? Picky, picky, picky. Okay. Oops. Oops, wrong thing. Okay, Fancy Pants, is this enough? Yay! What's wrong? Okay. Thanks, my goat. I love staring at my horsey statue while I'm seeing my paralysis. Oh my god. Oh, good times, huh, guys? Good times together. Good times. Thank you. Cool, I gotta get a home for Rocky Balboa and I gotta fix Slicey McGicey. My god, yay! Slay. I love that sound. I know. I love it. What's the time? 2:20? I'm really annoyed because I was like, I mean, to be fair, I have done 8 hours the past 2 streams, so I can see why I feel this way. But I was really annoyed because I'm like, I want to do a long stream today. I probably still will because it's already 5 hours. But oh my god, I didn't realize how tired I was until like it hit me before. I'm still streaming. I'm not ending. Because I'm really relaxed. But I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can make it to 9 hours today. I think I have to end in like 2, I think. Whoopsies. Need more sugar. Really? Aww. Yeah, of course. Of course. Cute. That's really cute. You're making my revenge bedtime procrastination a lot harder with those shows. I'm sorry, I don't. How are you, doll? Hi, DJ. It's very relaxing. This is just proof. Remember the other day I said the reason why I never played Animal Crossing on stream is because these types of games, especially Animal Crossing and now this game, it's so beautiful and so relaxing, and maybe because I fall asleep to rain every night, that I'm just like, and not even a negative way, I'm just really relaxed. My bad. Oh, you got my lumber. Thank you. Ah, that's what I'm saying. If I played this in bed, I'd last 10 minutes. I'm losing the battle. Wait, no, Idon. It's okay. I know exactly how to wake us up, guys. This really suits the game. Is he flirting with me? You want food and spicy flavors. What spicy flavors?
I give you some of me. You look good, baby, must taste heavenly. I'm pretty sure that you got your own recipe. So pick it up, yeah, I like you. I just can't get enough, I gotta drive through. Cause it's me, you, me, you. All night.
Wow.
Have it your
Check this out.
way,
Oh yeah.
I feed your appetite. Let me get
Anyway.
my ticket, baby, let me get in line. I can tell the way you like it,
The
baby,
mixturing
supersize.
Megabonk is so
You
funny.
got yours, let me get mine. I ain't leaving till they turn over the clothesline. Check it.
Take my order cause your body like a carry out. Let me walk into your body till you hear me out. Turn me on, my baby, don't you hear me out. Turn me on, my baby, don't you hear me out. Take my
I really hope there's a DJ this weekend. I really gotta bust some ass on the dance floor.
Number one, I take two number threes. That's a whole lot of you and a side of me. Now is it full of myself to want you full of me? And if it's room for dessert, then I want a piece. Baby, get my order right, no errors.
You like that?
You in all the
Or
right
no?
areas. I can feed you, you can feed me. Girl, deliver that to me, come see me. Cause
Oh,
it's me, you,
Wheezy, I was trying on my dress.
you, all night. Have it your way.
We ain't going nowhere. We ain't. That's what hypes me up. I have these songs in my alerts. Headbang for life.
Books has gifted 4 subs.
Thank you, doll. That's really kind. Yeah, that's a rare alert. They just ate my thing. What the hell? Thank you, Lullaby. Hi, Jenna. Wait, what's my... Oh. Oh, there's more? Yeah, the dress worked out, guys. Yeah. I stanky legged in the dress. I'll show you some of it. Wait. You won't be able to tell really, but I'll show you. Okay. That's the top of it. And it's just, it's a strapless red moment. And it goes up to my ankles, so it actually fits the length of my bod, which is really nice. And then there's a little see-through bit here, but it's just my tummy. You can't really see much. But it's actually really nice. It's really nice. It fits perfectly, which I was surprised about, because I was like, girl, I haven't worn a dress in a while, bitch. Like, I was a little bit scared, but it fit perfectly. Even my, where's my Megabonk? It fit perfectly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do my hair up. I think I'm gonna put my hair up. Lullaby, we have so many. It's gonna be like a full extended family wedding. It's huge. Hang out. Scream and shout. Wait, where's that little stone? Oh!
Pussy tossing.
Pussy
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club. Imagine this played at the wedding. Pussy tossing. Thank you, DJ. To Dancing to Shania.
French Free has gifted 5 subs.
I don't.
Naughty
Thank you so
boy.
much. Being a woman. That long mix. Oh, wait, Stinky. Wait, no way. Wait, where's that? Big Fat Maltese wedding vibes, yes. I love doing that exact dance, Lexi. Wait, shake it a little bit. I like a place a bit drier. Oh, yes, SoundCloud. On time. Jeffy. Oh, I know exactly how to do this. Yes. I can do that. Hi, Don. Fair. Fair. Totally get it. Doing a body roll to this song? Wait, Caitlin, we're doing it. To be fair, I needed this too. I was so tired. Not in a bad way. This is really relaxing, but I was like, girl, I'm gonna fall asleep. Feel the way I feel. Man, I feel like a woman. What is this? It is a sleepy day. You're right. Jesus Christ. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Guys, what's with these subs? Oh my god. Thank you so much. Jesus
Game
Christ.
Callboy42 has gifted 5 subs.
I don't know what's going on today.
Naughty boy.
Thank you. Please make sure you're thanking the gifters, guys. If you got a sub, please, please, please. That would mean the world to me. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh, oh. The way I feel. Man, I feel like a woman. Bello. Thank you guys for the subbies. Seriously. That means so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Can you feel it? Come on, baby. If this doesn't play at the wedding, I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. I feel like a woman. That's nice. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, yes. Thank you for the song. Jenna!
Put your ass away, child.
When you're clowning up my
Genovites just
mind.
subscribed. My sub's ready for a refresh Carl's gritty.
Jenna, thank you. Guys, Hype Train level 4? Thank you. What the fuck? I appreciate that so much. Holy shit. Not this time. I should make a, how do we get here? No, I should make a, playlist for the car. 4 hours. Nutbush City Limits. Oh, I'm gonna nut that bush, baby. Squirtle, 1 second, honey. Mummy's busy. Although I do play the same 20 songs, so it's not that hard. Oh! Sorry. Thank you, Jenna. Alien! How are you? Sierra, hello! Lullaby DJ Game, thank you so much, guys. My goats. Hi, Carrie. How are ya? Just Fireball on repeat. Wait. Ooh, what's this? Jenna, I like you. Maybe pull a full 180. You're telling me, babe. I'm back. How do we get here? Nothing for now. Me, 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 me. I don't think he will like it here, but I'm gonna move him here anyway. This is the Megabonk playlist, yes. Oh my god, wait, Axel. Yeah. Playing Fireball and repeat when a kangaroo slams into the front of your car. That's gonna be my life tomorrow. What we've done. I nearly was gonna take tomorrow off, and I was like, girl, you're fine. Because I can do everything tonight. You know me, I'm a stress head. Wait, that works! With the music in the background, Lindsay!
Lynn Syatt just resubbed for 13 months. The rain is so fitting our end.
It is! Thank you, Lynn. And Al, thank you!
Put your ass away, child!
One odd owl just subscribed. Recently I walked on the beach and slipped on a jellyfish just like in Peak, and I didn't know that could happen, so that was fun. Smile.
What the hell? Girl, I'm sorry. There is something I see in you. Songs to run over a kangaroo too. Wait, I'm gonna make a playlist and call it that. And I'll share it with you in the Discord, but basically it's gonna be AKA carpool karaoke. But I'm gonna name it that, and I'm gonna make a full like album cover for it. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Guys, any money, Nickelback's gonna play next. What do we got? I'm not mad. It's going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. This playlist is a whiplash, man. Ooh, 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 ooh. Damn it. What the hell? Thank you so much. I don't know what you're doing, guys. No, I'm kidding. Idon's gonna hate that. But thank you so much.
Has gifted 5 subs.
And Al and
Naughty
Lindsay.
boy.
Thank you, Idon. What the fuck? I can see this playing as the kangaroo slams into the car. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. And I can't believe we still have a hype train. Jesus Christ. Thank you, guys. Okay. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget. Oh, oh, oh. I hope this plays at the wedding so I can literally just do this around the room. Hi, Tag. How are you? Oh, Joyride. You're right. Oh. Arcade. Wait. Not Arcade. Sorry, Pookie. Axel. Fuck's sake. Now I'm scared of the kangaroos. I'm screwed, though. I'm screwed. I should be DJing the wedding. You're right. Thank you, Idon. I appreciate that. My God. Thank you, everyone, for the hype train as well. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you want. I keep forgetting I'm live. Sorry, I'm just yelling, aren't I? My bad. I love Keshering. Oh. Guys, me 15 minutes ago. I'm tired. Sorry. It's so funny how you can get a fifth wind. My bad. Cancel all meetings. I'm actually scared on what songs are gonna play. Like, I don't know what we got coming up. Oh, fuck's sake. Of course this song plays. Well, this would be a good little vibe for them. Don't leave me behind, bud. That's so sad. I'll be there in a second. This car does not want to cancel a camping trip. True. Hey, Pookie. Puffin. Wait. Puffin, you're cute. We have our own different version of Goop right now, Naughty. We're Crab Raven. This is fun to do in Beat Saber. Oh my god. Pussy toss it. What the fuck? Pussy toss it. Pussy toss it. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy toss it. What the hell? Pussy toss it. Thank you so much.
Idon 2738 has gifted 5 subs.
What on earth
Naughty
is
boy.
happening? Pookie, thank you. Oh my god. Guys, if you were gifted a sub from anyone today, more specifically Idon right now, please, please, please say thank you. Oh my goodness. Hi, Risa. How are you, doll? Someone please wobble for me, please. I'm already tucked in bed. Alien. I'll wobble for you right now, though. Mars is going in circles right now. Wait, guys, we can all do our chores right now. I'm building the Rockworms cave right now. Chris, it's so relaxing. I had to put this playlist on to keep me up because I'm a bit sleepy today, but I love it. I'm just trying to find some more dead weeds. How was your taxes? Chris, I love that you knew what I was talking about. Who's this? I'm gonna make you bend and break. Cute. No, we have a playlist. Sorry. Well, Pussy Toss. Well, you know the Pussy Toss. Cutie. Hyper. One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. It tastes like you, only sweeter. Yeah, and one more time. It tastes like you, only sweeter. They're happy. Looking forward to the future. When my eyesight's going down. Nice and dim. Yeah. I need some weeds. Give mommy some weeds. Look into the past. One night stand. Wait, Caitlin's hitting it right now. Whoa. I remember when this came out, Puffin. I was in high school. Tastes like you, only sweeter. I only think in the form of crunching numbers. Where is... I was 46 when this came out. Guys. I was 65 when this came out. I'm just looking really good for my age. Going feral on the D floor? Yeah, I know I don't. That's why I said my joke. I'm like, you're lying. No, I remember this came out because I would listen to it in the shower. And I was like, yes, thanks for the memories. Give me one weed. Sweeter. One more time, one more time. Thanks for the memories, for the memories. What is this? Only sweeter. One more night, one more time. Thanks for the memories, for the memories. Me at the dispensary. This is a really nice place to put the rockworm. Let's see if he vibes it. Oh, did I lose the rockworm? I think I did. My bad, I'll find him again. We always find our way back to each other. I don't want to be an Australian idiot. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Lavender, it's so good. Okay. Hi guys, Bacopia Cap. How are you? Hello. How are you? What were you playing? Welcome in, guys. We are playing Pacopia, but I was so relaxed, and everyone in the chat, including myself, was like, oh my god, I'm really a little bit sleepy. We should play some music to get us pumped again, because it's just so relaxing. So we're just playing my Mega Bonk playlist, which is just a random mix of tracks to get us going a little bit, because this game's so relaxing. Oh no, wait, how's Paleo going? Tell me everything. Mega Bonk mention. Where is this guy? Shoot. How do you do them? Oh, I'm dancing. Where's Stone Boy? Where's my man? Search. Yes. Great. Oh, whoa. Okay, here's me. I'm so clueless. I didn't even know... Oopsies. I didn't even know there was a thingy-ma-bobby. Searching. Oh. I didn't even know there was a, story. Sorry. Mega Bonk. I'll find Rock Boy. But thank you for the raid doll. Sorry for the potential jump scare of the loud music, but we're just vibing. We're having a little day of all time. Guys, have you seen the worm? Oh my god, Morgan! Hello! Where how's my husband? Was he in solo to find me? Last time I saw him, he was here. Hello. Where is he? I know, this song reminds me of Gran. Is he up here and I lost him? How my heart yearns for him. I don't think so. Where's my husband? I've waited so long. Holy guacamole, what's over here? Whoa. Centipede. What the hell? No. Give me my piggy tails back. Cute though, we had a nice little fringe. I didn't know they would change my thing to a middle part. Where is he? Looks like Carla. Hi, hi. How are you? It was just a jump scare, that's all. Hello. Yeah, TJ, it's sick. You're right about that. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. I would like a diamond ring. I'm a wedding figure. No, I can't do it. Granny's too good at it. I try. I always fuck up. Why did I lose The Rock? Where the hell's Dwayne, man? I actually have to search for him. Your husband is coming. I sure hope he is. Where is my husband? Hey, have you seen The Rock? He looks like a little worm. Over there? Okay. It's murder on the dance floor. You better not feel the roof. Who's there? Bellsprout! What? Baby, where the hell is my rockworm? A punching bag? True. Everything y'all getting away. Yes, game. I'll take you all the way. Boy, just come along. Hear me when I say, hey. Litter, good for you. Oh, hi. Hey, 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 it's murder on the dance floor. Hello? A recipe? I don't have a minute. Sorry, babe. I gotta find my rockworm. Oh, dance. Thank you for the watch streaks, guys. My goats? Oh, that's right. He was here, wasn't he? Not me forgetting I parked my rockworm over here. How embarrassing. The eyeshadow? Slay. Dance more. But you better not steal the moves, DJ. I don't think he can get up there, but I'll make sure he can. Hey, hey, man on the dance floor. Excuse me, coming through. No, don't burn it down. You're so sexy. Okay, how am I gonna get this worm up here? Worm, where are you? The hell? Oh.
You better not kill the groove. It's murder on the dance floor.
Girl.
You better not steal the moves, DJ. Gonna burn this goddamn house right
Come
down
here, babe. Come down.
But you better not kill the groove. Hey, 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 it's murder on the dance floor. You better not steal the moves, DJ.
Didn't he come by last time? Girl. Bottled collar is so funny. There you go, Wormy. Let's go. Guys. Come on, you know how to do this. Come down. Why are you acting like we haven't gone through here before? If they don't play at the... If I don't get this at the wedding, I would rather eat dirt. It reminds me of primary school though.
Yeah, whoa. Miss me want to see everybody move.
Come on.
That man coming at you. We just want to pick up QTB. Bob Sinclair. It's a dance thing, you see me? Somewhere you just bounce up. Yeah. Everybody dance now. Let's go.
Just let me.
Let's go.
Just let me.
Come on. Let's go. Rock. Say what? Rock.
I'm gonna dance until I'm gonna be the last one on the dance floor. Okay, can you get out now? This is Bob Sinclair. I think it's under Mega Bonk or Bonk.
I'm in a dancing mood, girl, and I'm feeling good. This is my favorite tune. Put on your dancing shoes. Gonna make you feel so good tonight, girl. Gonna make you
Gal, come on.
We're gonna make you wet tonight, girl. We're gonna make you feel alright.
I came to rock at this party, 'cause I can make you feel alright. Sweet boy, rock your body, rock it straight through the night. Oh, you want this body? Oh, you want it now? Sweet boy, rock your
Come on.
body, 'cause I'm gonna make you mine tonight.
I'm not ignoring. I'm busy. Move. Shake, shake. Everybody dance now.
You the hottest thing in the dance, girl, want test you. Don't stand a chance, no. Girl, you look better than them, yes.
Can you get through here, King?
Yes, gonna dance from night till morning. We love how the DJ playing. Oh, what a lovely feeling. So close to me, heart beating. Hold me tight, girl. Hold me tight. What? Wrong me waist, girl. Wrong me waist.
Oh, you're fine.
Take me rock, girl. Wipe me off, try me off.
Came to rock at this party.
Wait, go to karaoke right now.
Boy, rock your body, rock it straight through the night. Oh, you want this body? Oh, you want it now? Say what? Sweet boy, rock your body, 'cause I'm gonna make you mine tonight.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, dance, dance. Now everybody move, move. Now everybody shake, shake. Now everybody.
You got this.
Rock, rock this party. Dance, everybody. Make it hot in this party. Don't stop, move your body. Rock, rock this party. Dance, everybody. Make it hot in this party. Y'all wine and flex.
Let me just break this for you.
Y'all vex. Yeah. Love girl, I big up them chest. Yeah. Tell them say you are the best.
I'm just gonna move this around.
You look better. What? You just better. What? You just better. What? Shake your body. What? Shake your body. What? Show them the move. What? Show them the move. Came to rock this party. Let's go. Let's go. Make you feel alright. Sweet boy, rock your body.
All right, get it, Onyx. Yes, girl. You get it. This man is booking. Oh my god. Okay, how do I... I'm watching you while on the treadmill. This song's motivating me. Yep, that's what I like to hear. Pop off for being on the treadmill, doll. I'm gonna skip this one because I need... No, I need... No, I need... Come on. Oh yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need. Yeah. I can't slow it down right now. We're on our peak. Okay, I got the rock. He's home. He hates it, but that's okay. That's fine. Hi, Chaos. Yeah. Now this is a treadmill song, Mochi. He loves it. Okay, average. Yeah. Hey, Crash. W playlist. Glad you're liking it, gang. Huge. Water. I don't have... what do you need, Pookie? Let's see. Oh my god, look at that strut. Yes, girl. Yes, Belle. Show me. I don't know why that makes me laugh. Wait, Jenna, really? Yep. Yeah. Where's my Pookie? Where's that little guy? This is the vibe, yeah, Dad Rock. Back on solid ground. You still call me Superman. Used to play on the pull-up bar where he lifted weights. That's my goat. That's funny. I want chocolate. I don't have any chocolate. Oh, they're laughing. Where is that? Wait, game mate. I gotta go to the gym myself. Adoy. I'm starting officially next week. Back. I will do some cardio this weekend though, so it's okay. On the dance floor. Holding my hand. My superhuman. My kryptonite. Sticks. You still call me Superman. You'll be there holding my hand. Harvest veggies. Forgive me. Can I harvest this? Maybe not. I'm trying to find that pink cutie. Also, I just realized if I smash through these walls, I think we get that other place. Let me have a little look-see.
What's going on?
What a shame, guys. Hi, Sarah. Guys, Crazy Frog was the songbird of our generation. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just the truth. I can't get there yet. Fine. I'm trying to make their habitats nicer, but I keep losing people, so I'm just running around at this point. That's my bad. Wait, how is your comfort level? Oh, okay. If this doesn't play at the wedding, if I ever get married, I'm making my own playlist. Quiz. Idon, that scared the shit out of me. Thank you. Who's taller, me or Slowboat? You. I would dance to this for 10 hours straight if I had to survive. I wouldn't even stop for 5 seconds. Slowpoke on 2 legs, maybe. Scared the shit out of me too. Thank you. That did scare me. Okay, we gotta find that guy. I would throw ass to Crazy Frog. Oh, Magi's over here. Walking down the aisle to Crazy Frog. This at the wedding for 10 hours. Sprinting down the aisle to Crazy Frog. Okay, I can't find the pink gal. Magi's splashing around. Oh, it fit. It fit, yeah. I will admit, naughty. It feels... Let me pause the music for 1 second because I know I'm going to get distracted when the next one plays. So I put on the dress and I was a bit like, oh, I'm shy because only this year, or end of last year, sorry, I started wearing strapless tops because I was always a bit like, I don't suit them. Like, I really just didn't think I suited them. So this being a strapless dress was a big deal for me. So I was like, oh, I don't know if I like it. And I think I do. I think once I'm like hair and makeup done, heels on, I think I'll feel really nice. But the dress itself fits like it was made for me, which is really great. And I think it's really nice. I can walk in it, I can dance in it, but it's still like, it's still fancy enough to wear it to a wedding, you know, but I feel very comfortable in it. So we won. We absolutely won. So happy. I'll take pics. Controversial. Africa by Toto, great. This is the underrated Toto song. Toy, you want a toy? I'll give you a toy. Yeah, exactly, Caitlin. Exactly, babe, yes. So, yeah. I'll take pics. I'll share on the weekend. Thanks, Naughty. It's nice coming out of my comfort zone a little, because I was a little bit like, oh, can I pull this off? You know? So that was nice. Hold the line. There is a story, David. Yes. So you can technically play through the story, and then you can play however you want. But a lot of people do that as well, like... I'm playing it probably slower than others. Oh, there you are, cutie. Decoration and lots of water. Easy. It's good, Mickey. Love isn't always on time. Trains. Get it, Morgan. Got it. Love isn't always on time, and neither am I. Yep. Wait, let me check. Oh, that's great. So just call me baby. Alright, they want water and a decoration. Do I have a decoration near me? Fossil. Shield fossil. So, head? Is that a decoration? That's a toy? Alright, sure. Liar. You know what I do? I'll promise. In the future, I'll make I'll get it integrated so we can actually do song requests. Mickey, I haven't seen clips, but I'm so down to play it. If you're down, I would love to play it. When is it coming out officially? Oh, how good is it when you finish, I don't know, you finish your chores or finish something that you want to do, and then you reward yourself with like a treat and a game. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, I'll do a song request stream. I just gotta set it up. I'll do it for like a special occasion. Party rock. Hi, Aaron. This is my second time playing. So now with this, I probably have played 7 hours, I think. Lose your mind. Have a good time. Lose your mind. Shake that. Every day I'm struggling. Me on my period. Oh. On my jock is crazy. Ooh. Nice. Two jars of honey. So I'm getting sidetracked, but I wanted to explore it. Lose your mind. Have a good time. People would shuffle to this in the quad with those big ass pants and their hair. If you know, you know. Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Every day I'm shuffling.
What's this? Oh, this was an accident. Whoa. Don't throw the cash, just put it in my account, doll. Imagine being like, you know LMFAO's Party Rock? You know that girl that goes, get up, get down, put your hands up to the sun? That's me. Yes, I agreed. I was gonna bring it up, the fact that it was his uncle. Really? Bedrock. This is a fun little area. What type of me time, doll? I'm joking. Do what you need to. What is the time? Oh, it's 3. Jody, hello! Streaming services. You know, have a good night. Welcome in, guys. Hello. We are just jamming to some tracks while we play Pacupia. How are you? Joe Bro fam, what were you playing? Welcome in. We were playing Red Dead at the start of stream, and now we're playing Pacupia. Hope you had a good stream. Oh wow, they're talking about CDs. Whoa, they're talking about physical media. Joe, thank you for the biddies as well. How's Pacupia? How are you finding it? I'm only about 7 hours in, I think. Mamas. I'm kind of getting sidetracked today. I'm trying to make everyone's houses better for them. 65. Yeah, okay. A little bit further in than me. How are you enjoying it? Are you obsessed? Are you playing off stream as well? Forgive my yawns. I'm just really relaxed. Rebuilding roads. Yeah. I accidentally made it over here. I didn't even know this was here properly. Yeah, that's why I started playing music, because it was a bit too relaxing. And I was like, oh no. I'm gonna have to end stream if I don't get some music to wake me up. I am for real. In the best way. It's just so relaxing. Daughter. Ooh. Hydrated tall grass. Interesting. Forever, ever? Ooh. How do I get back up? No, that's okay, doll. Get some food. Thank you so much for thinking of us. I apologize, I'm so flat today, but I do appreciate the raid heaps. And I'm glad you're looking after yourself after your stream as well. I shall see you another time, doll. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ooh. Are they back at their house? I think so. I think I see something wobbling over there. Forever, ever? Yeah, true, David. True.
the union girl ain't speaking no more, cause my dick all in, I'm out. I'm talking about jealousy, infidelity, envy, cheating, beating, Indian to the G.
How is it? Do you like it?
Who you placing the blame on? You keep on singing
Yay.
the same song. Let bygones be bygones. You can go and get the hell on.
Yippee! I'm binding my notebook. I'm using split. Huh? What the hell? Bellsprout's so funny. What the hell? Okay, we need to fix 3 homes. What do you need? Uh-oh. Bellsprout's moved in with me. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh no. I have a roommate. I mean, they are cute, so I don't mind, but hang on. Hang on. Hi, coach. Hey. A toy and lots of dirt. Here, follow me. We don't have dirt. Look at this graph. Here. Sure is. Okay, and they want a toy as well. Ooh. They liked it. Do they like the dirt if I put this here? I don't know if that makes a difference. Bellsprout's so cute. What the hell? Iffy. Look at this graph. Wait, Bellsprout's so cute. I think I like Bellsprout more. I don't know how to make this one happy, if I can be honest. Hello. Ooh, okay. That's nice. Relaxation. Oh, it's a toy? Decoration. I shall be back. Relaxation. I'm making him a log chair even though he can't fit in it. Where's my goat gone? Oh.
How do you find that? Do you like? I don't think he liked it. Little smaller. Oh no. Okay. My bad. I'll get something bigger. I mean, it makes sense. He's a big boy, but I didn't think it would matter. But that's hilarious that the game's like, no, it's gonna matter if you put a small ass stool in front of him. That's funny. Okay, they got me. You got me. Is there a bigger bed? Maybe I swap out. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna purchase this. Talking away. Twine. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, don't have that. Take on me. Take me on. No, I don't want to rest. I'm gonna swap out the single for the double up here and then give the double to Rockworm. Hi Lynn. How are you? Hello. Take on me. Take me on. There you go. Just got a dub. Yup. Are you playing Fort? Do you still want a Fort Cap today, guys? If we're doing a Fort Cap, I'd probably have to do it soonish. Because I have to get some stuff done this afternoon. Dub a day. Little Fort Cap. Is the ocean green? That's so funny, Lukey. Yippee! Okay. 1v1 me. It may be a hug. Sorry. Just say. How about that, huh? The porn room. I was thinking about doing that after. That's so cute. That's so cute. I was gonna do the porn room after games with Granny tomorrow. Because I don't think I can have time for both. Porn. The what room in our VHS game? What's up to you? We either do a Fort Cap tomorrow and VHS today, or VHS tomorrow and Fort today. The porner. Yes. We'd have more time for the porner tomorrow. That's why I was going to do it. Well, I still want to call it the... Oh, good song. Oh, my bad. I still want to call it the porner, even though it's a room. Has got it going on. Yeah, I kind of went over time with Red Dead today, so I've lost a bit of time. Whoopsies. Stacy's mom has got it going on. Stacy's mom has got it going on. Boo, boo, boo. Stacy, can I come over? Ditto. Oh, that's me. After school, we can hang around.
by the pool, 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 oh, oh. Hang by the pool. Did your mom get back from her business trip? That damn phone! How dare you enjoy yourself? Yeah, true. I guess Fort we can have more bangers. We can play that that thing we like. Boy that I used to be. Where do you get leaves again? Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all that I want, and I've waited for so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I'm in love with Stacy's mom. Oopsies. Oh no. Do, do, do. But when you mowed your lawn, mowed your lawn. Yeah, I realized, I was like, I wanted to do like so many more games today. And I didn't realize how much sleep I lost last night, because I was like, I feel so tired, but I was so excited to stream as well. So I was like, okay, you're still gonna do a decent length stream, but you also have to pack for the wedding, and because as soon as I finish stream, I'm leaving for the wedding. 4.5 hours. Actually, David, I don't think so. I think that's $5 to me, babe. That's another from me. Hello. Alright, should we, my loves, should we switch to Fort now? I have to show you this song. It's gonna be fun, Mickey. It's gonna be fun. Stepped on a bathwater is crazy. Hello. Wrong. Insane name. We have to get a dub, I think. It is Puffin, yes. I'm in love with Stacy's mom. Okay. This is crazy. Let's get some... Oh, guys. Let me be your hero. Me when I boot up my stream. Alright, let me switch over.
Would you dance if I asked you to dance? Would you run?
Not Enrique's hit song, Hero. His song used to make me cry when I was younger. If you saw me crying. Me when I feed my cat. Me when I change her litter. And I'm like, I love you. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't be doing this. Please tell me this. For the one you love. Ooh, I don't know about that one, Chief. I'm joking. I can be your hero, baby. Wait for You by Elliot Yamin, sorry? Oh my god. Forever. Looking at Timo the Rock Johnson listening to the song really hits. Exactly. Oh my god. Oh. But wait, guys, quickly. I wanna bring your attention to this dance again. This is literally me on the dance floor this weekend. That's all I'm saying. Now, I really hope there's no dances in here that I want, because I'm not buying V-Bucks. There is a dance that I really want, but I think it's gone. It was so good. Oh, this one. I want this so bad.
so good. It's such a good song. I really do need that. I hate this shit. This dance move when TikTokers do it kills me. I hate it so much. Hi, Yusuf. He's eating. Commander, I'm not saying anything. Okay. Redemption arc and movie. No. No. Okay. Yeah, the peak eyes are so funny. Oh, I already have this one, but it's cute. Is there anything else? Wait, Commander, were you the one that got me Fireball, by the way? Because that is my favorite emote of all time. I just can't. I want to like film myself actually doing the dance. Because I know I can do this. Crazy. You would do the wonky pig guy. Wait, they're gonna add that to Fortnite. Calling it.
I needed some with some bopping. Let's go. I'm unorthodox than a muff. Hey, when you gon' switch the flow? I thought you never asked.
I want to make an announcement. Half of these emotes I bought because I was maining Godzilla.
Hey, when you gon' switch the flow? I thought you never asked.
And Godzilla was funny.
I needed some.
Wait, I really want to see something. What the fuck? That one guy that's staring you down on the dance floor that wants to buy you a vodka Red Bull so bad. That's crazy. What does Homer look like, actually? I don't know if I like that. Nah, I don't like Homer thrusting on me. I want to see what Godzilla looks like thrusting because they always look so funny doing any emote. So I want to see this. Uncanny, guys. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice, yeah. He's grassy. I can see what you ate for dinner, babe. That is quite nice. What would you be more pissed at? Oh, I gotta... Oh, no. 1 second, guys. Sorry, I hate to keep spamming an emote, but... I want to play a game. And that game is Dance With Me. Do you think you'd be pissed off more at Godzilla or the Peak character if you got sniped and they started doing the dance? That's also quite nice. Okay, you're right. Peak. All right, let's go. Depends on my mental state at the time. You're right. You're right. The eyes are crazy. Is the Grinch doing his thing? The Grinch is doing his thing, guys. Hate to break it to you. Don't know how. My bestie and I played last night, got killed by a few Kim Kardashians. Oh yeah. It's so funny because I'm someone who emotes. Right? But as soon as someone emotes on me, I'm like, shut up. Stop it. Stop it. It's always funny. It's always funny until someone does it to you. Not me being shot. You just hate that you just hate that I have the sauce. Yeah, back to the lobby. I don't want to see that shit. Hi, Holy. How are you, doll? Kim's K skins tilt me. I haven't even seen it. I haven't seen a Kim K skin. Long Peak is so funny. Adult Camp Counselor 7. The skins that piss me off the most are the ones that make me think a 13-year-old just wrecked me. Yeah, if you feel the vibe, that's fair. You can just feel a vibe sometimes. You're right, you're right. Juice WRLD skin. Oh, actually, I know what skin really I hate. And I don't know why. I feel like because they have always sweated on me. Is the Travis Scott skin. With his baggy ass pants and his washboard abs. I don't know why, but I'm like, Travis, not now. Please, Travis, go away. Please. Please, Travi. I can't do this. Oh, the edgy ninja doing a donkey laugh. Oh, yeah. Put me in bed. Put me in bed. Oh, a balloon? What other skins don't I like? Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, the onesie skins can be annoying. Is that my cat? Oh, Rick and Morty skins. True, yes. You know what? I'm going to say something controversial. Marge Simpson, and I love The Simpsons, but because that was one of the sweatiest seasons I've ever experienced, now I relate Marge to sweats because the Simpsons season, I don't know why, it was just so painful. It was beautiful, it was amazing, but the games were just so rough. I don't think I've ever... I gotta look at the customizable onesies. Let me take a peek. Oh shit. Where are they? Yeah, it was so good. Like, everything about it was so good apart from the sweats. Like, oh god. Like, it was just... I wish I played more of it. I played a lot of it off stream, but... It was just kind of... I don't know. It was just a really sweaty season, but it was amazing. It was so good. My dream finally came true. I was always like, why aren't you bringing The Simpsons to Fortnite? It's so easy. It's free, you know? Let me do it. I bought the little raptor. The season's pissing me. Wait, why is the season pissing you off? Tell me the tea. The new pets. I think... Yeah, Mimi being here is pretty nice. I won't lie. I think that was a bot, Max. Which explains why they weren't shooting back. Or they were just in awe of my skin. I think it was a bot. Think it was a little bot? Yeah,
The lobby has bots in it now to fill it up quicker. Oh, it's really sweaty. We should play a game of the new season and watch how much I'm like, guys, what the fuck? I played with Chris. We got a win, but it was very sweaty. I like the new zip line though. The zip line thing's cool. Now that's up my alley. Don't tell me it was a good time, don't. Yeah. Oh. Bot fight, bot fight. Come to mummy. Oh, it's such a bot fight. That's so funny. Oh. Okay. Where was that other fight? Did they die or are they still walking around? Like little cute little bots. Yeah, they are. That's so funny. Girl, where's the other one? Girl. Girl. Oh, this one's fighting back. This might be real. Oh no, I'm missing my shot. I think it was still a bot, but I don't know, they were acting weird. They were moving weird. They were actually hitting me. More footsteps. What the hell? What the hell? Oh god, Deagle. Business Joe. Yes, yes. Me, 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 me. Girl, what the hell? I gotta go. Why is everyone here all of a sudden? Mimi's helping. I'm missing my shots. Missing my shots. Oh, oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. Okay. That was a real man. That was real. Oh no. Wait, he's still watching me. I'd love to get sniped right now. Well, not really. But it would make for really good karma. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else around? Let me know. Jesus Christ. Christ on a bike. I don't even know. Every time I went to leave, there was another person like, hey. I think 2 of the 8 I just killed were real. Could be wrong as well. Who's to say? You never know these days. Ooh, ooh. I'll come back. They're real. Real fight. Hi game. Have a good sleep, doll. Thank you so much for hanging today. I feel like you were here all stream. My god. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, oh! Oh my god. Have a good sleep, sorry. Thank you for the support today. I appreciate it. Commander Doll. You can't keep getting away with this. You've done enough. You've done enough. They nearly killed me. Because I was just sitting there like... I don't know. Once you fight a lot of bots, you kind of get into a really bad habit of not reacting fast enough. And I definitely was just looking at him like, hey. And about to perish. My bad. Oh, I have a thing. I need bandos. I don't know where he went. Kayla, I am. I'm gonna try and go at a certain point today, even though I wanna be here all night, to be honest, but it dawned on me last night. I was like, shoot. I have so much to do for the wedding I'm going to, because I'm leaving straight after stream tomorrow. So if I can get every chore, every bag packed tonight, that would be amazing. So I'll probably maybe head out at 7 hours. At least I'll try, you know how I am. Annie, you okay? You okay? You okay, Annie? They're good, Kayla. We're doing what we can. Mum's finally not sick, which is good. Max, thank you. I'm someone who likes the same songs over and over. Good night, Puffin. Hope you feel better. Sorry to hear that. Thank you for all your support today, as always. You're way too nice. Have a stunning resto. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I don't know where she is. She's coming. Come and get me, losers. Come and get me. I'm gonna get sniped. Come on. No point hiding inside, doll. The season's still buggy. Really? The pedals? I didn't even notice that until now. Oh. Kayla, okay. Haven't even heard of that. Someone got trapped. Where are they? Hold. Where are they? They're in here. I kind of want them to come out and be like, alright, I'm gonna get them. And then I'm like, I'm on my pedestal bazooka thing. That is a turret gun. And I know how to use it. I know what will get them out. Did they like that? Are they not a fan? Gonna snooze this ad? Oop. Oh my god, my cat scared me. Holy shit, I just reflexed. I just flinched just then. Oh, Max, I haven't, to be honest. Because in my head, I'm like, oh, I can do it. But I think it's going to be one of those dances where you try it in real life and go, oh, I suck. I'm just going to go. Can I see her? What is she doing? Oh, she's in the house. I can see her. Hi, Floppy. How are you doing? Kayla, I always liked her, but I won't say that I was like die hard, but I was always like cool with her, you know? It's cool seeing her put out new music. I know they're in that house. Yeah, Lizzie was cool. Lizzie was cool, for sure. For sure, for sure. Yes, yes, yes. Frankie, was it Frankie? Oh, nice. I didn't know she was touring. Hell yeah. I don't know where I want to go right now. Behind this rock. I actually don't know what to do. It's a very weird circle. We're just in the middle of everything. Hello? Bye, Morgs. I appreciate you. I see you soon. I need to try and leave soon myself. It's really hard for me. Surely. Surely they make a little Seinfeld collab. And they add Larry David. Put me through hell. I can't believe we did Red Dead, Pocopia, and Fortnite today. That's such a random mix of games. I'm going to go here.
better work, work. They have all my money. Yeah, doggo, that was fun. That was super fun. I reckon if we, well, we being me, if I didn't stuff up the first round, we would have taken it all. But, what did we come, 5th or 6th? Honestly, I'm stoked. We got some bonus points for creativity as well. I was so glad I was teamed up with my mate because he's so positive and fun. I fear this is not going to last long. I'm going to meet a sweat and I'm going to go, oh, dead. That was good. That was fun. Fortnite is back for me, which is exciting. I never like mean to not play it. I just kind of get lost in the source of other games. Because there are so many games that I want to play at the moment. Like I want to play Scamline again next week if you guys are down. I'd like to run back the same lobby with the crew. Same lobby, same game. I don't thank you so much for everything. It was good hanging with you. We made you stay awake a little bit longer. And thank you for all your generosity. Very, very nice of you. Thank you. Have a delicious sleep. Oh, I don't like this. Oh god, oh god, oh god, yep, oh god. Oh no. Another fight. I have 2 people on me. Oh my god, yes. They left instantly. They left instantly. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that was really nice. I didn't think I'd win that fight. And they pushed me, to be fair. They didn't have to push me. That's hilarious. Wow. I love when you have someone pushing you and you end up coming up, you coming out number 1. But even better when you have a third party and you're like, okay, there's 2 of us now. Great. Wow. I know that's right. Scamline was so good. Coil, how are you doing? Oh, I need to fight with someone called Crypto. Great. Heated rivalry. I really don't want to look for him. I don't chase. I attract. Sorry, I forgot the quote because that thing scared me. Anyway, my bad. We're back. Killed a horse in Red Dead. I didn't kill the horse. It was a freak accident. 2 different things. It was a freak accident.
Oh shit. I keep forgetting I'm not an Ark. Although that Ark would have killed me too, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Was the freak accident murder? I didn't think my train was on the tracks, guys, okay? If I knew he was on the tracks, I would have fixed it. I gotta go my own way. Amanda! How are you? Yeah, no, I didn't realize the horse was on the track. Sorry. No excuse. But that's the truth. What about everything we've been through? Thank you for today, by the way, guys. Let me snooze this ad. I didn't realize how tired I was, but I've had so much fun. We've had a really good time. Thank you for being a part of it. Genuinely. Tomorrow we have some Deebs with Gran. And then I'll probably do Retro Rewind as a little cap. The cap will either be an hour or 2 hours. It just depends on what time we have to leave. And then if we end up leaving later and risking the kangaroos, then I'll be on longer. Because my dad was like, you have to leave at 2. Because if you leave at 4, the kangaroos will make it hard for you to drive. And I believe him. But also, you know, I don't know. I don't know. That's actually so interesting for Fortnite that this doesn't let you... Oh, I guess it does a little bit. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought it was just like frozen. I was like, that's not realistic. So, if I listen to the advice... well, I'm not the driver. So, if the driver listens to the advice, we'll leave around 2. If the driver's like, I can't, because they also have work, which is valid, then we'll have to leave at 4. Because we won't have a choice because of work. So, means it could be a long stream. It's either going to be like 5 hours or 7 hours tomorrow. We got to worry about deer on the roads at night, yeah. Yeah, the kangaroos, because we're going out rural, so 4.5 hours away to this like rural town. Rural. And there's like hardly anything out there, so there's a lot of kangaroos at dusk. He's like, be careful! At dusk, there's a lot of kangaroos, so yeah. Yeah, no, exactly, Amanda. That's why I'm like, if the driver can get off work early, I really think we should. But if they have a deadline, like I don't want them to lose, I don't want to lose, I want them to get in trouble. But I also don't want to hurt a kangaroo. They're gonna hate this one. But anyway. Yeah, that's what I heard. So apparently, the headlights in the car make them fling themselves onto your car. And I didn't hear that. I didn't know about that until I heard about it. Yeah. And I obviously don't want to hurt a kangaroo. And I also don't want a car to be like kangaroo number 1. And then 2, I don't want to... Because if we have, like, say if it... Something bad happens and we're stuck rural, like, you know... You don't want... Any part about it you don't want. So... If they can get work done early... yeah, we should do that. Roos need to evolve, I know. But apparently they're all over the road. So, yes. Fireball! Reroll for me? Well, I never.
My toxic trait is I think I could square up with a kangaroo.
We all
Land
think
win.
that until
Like
you see
Nicolas
a
Cage in
clip
that one movie.
of them. They're so, like, crazy. Kyle, thank you, doll. Oh, I'm sorry, Lukey. I'm just trying to make you guys have a shot every time I say it. You know? Oh, shit, really? Kangaroo whistles. Fireball! Can't see where they're shooting. Why are they shooting like that? It's just as a bot. What the fuck? That's scary. Kind of like when Homer busts into Bart's room, asking if he likes his new chainsaw and hockey mask. Interesting, Axel. Okay. Okay. I'm not spending any time on it. Hello. I actually don't want to destroy this, but I gotta go my own way. Can I put it here? Where is everyone? And I'm not spending any time on it. I gotta pee. Oh. Amy, what should we do? It's too quiet, I hate it. 4 people left. I hope they play Fireball at the wedding. That'd be amazing. Like, why is your face pink and round? What the fuck? What the hell? Take you. I think you'd be loved, to be honest, Kyle. Played hotel room at my wedding. You have taste. You have taste. That's amazing. As you bloody should. Alright, 2 people are over there. Oh wait, I actually see them. Damn, I thought I hit them. They feel really sweaty. Oh, someone on that side. Nice. And then someone behind me. Or underneath me. Uh-oh. Wow. Missed me. I kind of want them to fight it out. There's gonna be 3 people on each other. This could work for me. Ooh, that zone is coming in way too quick. Where are they? Uh-oh. Someone's gonna get that. Yep. Okay, there you go. All right. Still have high ground, I think, unless you went up. What the hell? Did he go up? Oh, I just saw him inside. I think. This high ground's nice. Oh, scared the shit out of me. Where are they if they're not here? In there? Guys, I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. He's either... oh, yeah, there he is. Great. I don't think this is mine. He fell off again. Uh-oh, not good. Oh! Close, close. That was fun. Oh god, that would have been so nice if I won that. Like I felt it. You know what I mean? Oh, GG, good game though.
Good push. Good push. We're so back. We're back on our Fortnite shit. That's right. We'll take second. We'll take second. Oh, guys. We will get that dub. Don't you worry. Next time. That was close. That was a good game. We're hitting our shots. I wish I didn't lose that much health prior to doing that. If I didn't miss all those shots and then decide to go up, I would have had full health and I would have gotten that. But we learn our lessons, guys. We learn our lessons. Guys, it is for me 4:20. Blaze it. I've had a beautiful stream with you. I am going to listen to my heart and get an early start on my night because I always run out of time. I have to go to the shops as well. So I'm going to behave today. We'll raid into Tammy, our dear Tammy. I'm so excited tomorrow. Tomorrow we're playing games with Granny and then we're chilling with Retro Rewind. We are going to be doing a big renovation. We're renovating the whole store. So that's going to be fun. Thank you for another beautiful stream, guys. Red Dead, Pacopia, Fortnite. Oh my god. I can't even handle it. I can't even handle it. No, honestly, great stream, guys. I know I was a little bit flat, a bit tired today, but always so much fun with you guys. Thank you for watching my stream, whether you lurk or you yap. Thank you for supporting my stream. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the subbies. What the fuck? All the subbies and biddies. I can't believe that. Thank you. It's been a fun week. I'm very excited. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm really excited. Thank you for everything, guys. You were the best. I posted a reel on my Instagram too of me being a dickhead in Red Dead, so I'm everywhere. I love you guys. Take care of yourself, please. Thank you for everything. You're the best. Bye. Me and y'all.